Crack that one open a little too fast. How's it going, guys? You know how sometimes crack your beer open a little too quick. It's a little fizzy. A little fizz on the carpet. You might even have heard it as it dripped out. So, there you go. What's up, Zark? What's up? Let me make sure I don't spill any more of this. Grab the paper towels with both hands. Making messes, it's all good. Yeah. Rubbing alcohol. What? Alrighty, and spillage off. Yeah, so luckily that happened. Not a whole lot. Normal guy who runs our day in reports couldn't make it in today, so I'm covering for him. Shouldn't be one of theirs. Oh man, are you still at work? Or are you headed home now? Technically, but you're home? Oh, okay. But you can do stuff remotely. That's good at least. That is good at least. So I remember I had this this Nurgle dude. I converted him a little bit, mainly just his head and his shoulders. If you're not, he's an Age of Sigmar model, but I've had him for ages and I've just never painted him, and I was like, I'll just paint him tonight. But he normally looks like this. So I don't like that helmet, and I don't like those spikes on the shoulders. So I changed it, got rid of it. The head is a little bit. It's actually it's another face from the Putrid Blight Kings on top of the neck. Then what comes with the model, and then a mask that I carved out and stuck on his face, so it's kind of looks like he's like bloating out of the bottom of it. You know, very Nurgle-esque, but figured he'd be a good one to paint. I'm gonna start with the tentacles because they're gonna be the most fun, and I'm gonna go with like a purple to blue to green gradient. So I think I'm gonna lay down some green first, and then build it up to the purple. But I gotta find that. I'm gonna use some cuttlefish colors, I believe. I think that I got jade in there. Jade could probably work for this location. Goblin skin, maybe. Where's that? Silly dragon purple. I haven't tried princess purple yet. And I need a blue. Bridge troll blue. We'll see how blue that is. I haven't opened up all the sets yet. I mean, they're right here. I can crack into them if need be. I've just been kind of trying to lullaby the lavender. That might be pretty good. I've been trying to just mess with like a set at a time to get acquainted with each color as much as I can. So I think I've opened set 6 and 3. I don't feel like opening up the other box to see what's in there. Need like a lighter green though, but like not a fluoro green. Goblin skin might work. Will o' the Wisp. We'll try. We'll see what these are all about. Because these are all from the newer set. Mummy Dust I've tried before. Oh fuck yeah, this is my jam. I fucking love this song. Oh, what was it? Because I was away from the mic, or is it just still too loud? I can turn it down. That better? I wasn't in front of the mic before too. Now it's much better. But what? Okay, cool. I was like in front of the microphone a second ago, which is probably why you couldn't hear me, because I have it set up so it's very directional. Like it's you can actually kind of see the boom the pop filters right here. It's not, I'm gonna get it out of frame here. It's really like what you're supposed to do. It's like it's 2 fist lengths, or like 2, like at the max 2 like thumbs up away from you, away from from where you're speaking. But then you speak past it. You don't, like, I wouldn't have it like, if it was going to be right in front of my face, like if I was singing, then it would literally be like right here. I won't talk too loud into it because I'm really close. Yeah. ASMR. Should I start an ASMR stream? Probably make some loot. Yes. ASMR stream. Here, we can ASMR cleaning your paintbrush. You ready? Here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, that sounds so clean. we'll give it a shot. I got sounds so clean, but water is so dirty. It's actually not water. Oh, my microphone. Like near it's the isopropyl, but yeah, it is a bit dirty. It still does the job though. It's really when you can't like see the, I'm not gonna tip it too much. Let me hold it up to this hand. You see how you can see the I didn't mean to give you the finger there. The spirals in the coil. Once those like are hard to see, then it's time to clean it. If you're using water, I'd clean it a bit more often than that. But you should totally use isopropyl in that thing, because it really just grabs all of the pigments and all of the paint out of your brush there. You get a good song. This is a good song. All right, so I'm gonna lay out. I got a whole bunch of paints here. Do I have a light enough green? I guess we'll see. Goblin skin probably work. I got a whole bunch of cuttlefish colors here. I don't think I've used any of these yet. I actually might need to change the palette paper, but I got a whole lot of fucking 6 colors here. Yeah, 6. Yeah, my palette paper is a little messy, but messy I mean like full. So let me grab. Whoops, what was it? Sorry, one sec. Ryan, are you saying that you sound clean, but you're actually dirty? Oh, paper. Get the fuck off of the sponge. Let it go. Excuse me. Happy Friday. A little bit more water in there. I don't have any more water. After listening to ASMR, everyone becomes a dirty boy. Yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, there's plenty of water in there. Excellent. But put this away real quick. So I'm not doing everything with one hand. Throw that in there. I swear that almost all paper that you get with wet palettes, just parchment paper, dude. If it's not some kind of like weird membrane paper, it's literally just parchment paper. I mean, it's nice having pre-cut stuff that fits right in the palette, but I don't mind. Like, if I have to, once this runs out, I'm just going to cut up a bunch of parchment paper and just use that. Because that stuff works just the same. Just getting the air bubbles out. This is a really awesome wet palette, though. The Game Envy Exemplar wet palette. It's really nice. It works out really well. Once I realized that there were two sponges in there, and I switched out to just using one sponge, it was like it was a completely different experience. Because before it was like, wow, this gets like really wet really quick, but once I stopped being stupid, um, figured out how to use it, it's all good. So if anybody's in the market for a wet palette, although Zark, I think you have a Masterson, right? Those work just as well. Um, the sponge on those though gets like if you let it get dry out, it gets like crispy and weird. So just be aware of that. Like try to if you're not using it very often, just make sure it's not in like a really like dry area, I guess. Excuse me. All right, let me get all this stuff off of my bristles. This song just came on. What's going on, Spotify? Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, this is all right. All right, so I'm gonna lay these out on the palette and see what we got going on. I think I would definitely want. Where's that Lily Dragon purple? I definitely want some of that. All right, so I'm gonna start. I don't know. I'm an idiot. I'm such an idiot. I'm sitting here shaking my paint when I got this the other day. Whoop! Vortex mixer. So you'll undoubtedly hear it. Oh, it's shaking my table. Can you hear it? Is it audible? Yeah, that works a treat. Maybe they hear that, but I can see it. You can see the camera shaking. Yeah, because it's shaking the table. The camera arm is attached to the table. Gonna mix up a bunch of paint. It's really not that loud. It might be too pink. What's really nice about this one is that it has an internal rechargeable battery and a little plug. So you can recharge it and just like put it wherever you want, and it's not tied to a cord or anything like that. From what I hear, it lasts a good month or so on one charge. All right, 3 more. Sorry. Just watch the Nurgle boy dance. That's probably too bright. All right, so I'm gonna rule out those two for the time being. They might be good highlights, but for our initial kind of blends, I'm gonna let them sit on the back burner. All right, excuse me, one more. This one I've used recently. It shouldn't be too much. All right, there we go. But yeah, this specific vortex mixer was recommended to me by actually Ryan at Cephalopod Studios, Cuttlefish Colors, because it's like half the price of like a hobby brand vortex mixer, and the RPMs are way higher, so you can mix pretty much anything with it. Like stuff as viscous as nail polish. Like I told my wife, like I can mix your nail polish on this, and she was all woo excited. So yeah, definitely, it's called Ink Soul. I think I mentioned it before. But it literally says Ink Soul Vortexer tattoo on it. Have you guys been grocery shopping lately? I went to the Giant near my place knowing I was packed. No. It's probably just because there was the snow last night. People were probably just freaking out about that. Um, although I know my wife went out and got some stuff from Target tonight. I think some of them were groceries, but could be wrong. All right, you know what? I almost forgot here that the colors are a lot more vibrant on the out of the bottle than they are in the bottle. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put this Princess Purple on the palette and see what it's all about. Actually, this bottle is pretty clear. Maybe that the sets are a little different. So Lullaby Lavender. Cracking open those fresh paint bottles. That one's nice and dark blue. Dig that. And this one, Bridge Troll Blue. Ooh, excuse me, Mr. Gutrot. Bridge Troll Blue. I'm using this guy next. That's a good. It's a little bit of a hue of that. And then Jaded, going into some Jaded. 95 shutting down didn't help. Oh yeah, of course. Did you see what happened on Monday? That shit was a catastrophe, like coast wide, dude, like all the way down to Virginia. It was ridiculous. I've never been so happy other than like, knowing about the pandemic to be working from home, because it was like I would have gotten stuck in that shit if I had to commute to work. There's no doubt in my mind, because that's 95 just feeds into so many routes. Like even if I took, like, I'd have to take back roads, but even just getting to the right back roads to get to my office, I can take it would suck, man. I'm so glad I didn't have to deal with that. And I feel really bad for everybody who did. All right, so my palette looks pretty cool. I'm gonna just show it on the overhead right now. So we got these colors here, and we're gonna blend those into the tentacles. I'm gonna start with the, not the like minty green, but the more Nurgle green. What is that one? Goblin skin? Yeah, goblin skin. This one right here. Nice. Layer that all over the tentacles, because that's kind of like the base color I'm going for, and then I'll blend in some blues and then purple at the tips. Excuse me. Oh yeah, my week was crazy fucking busy. About everybody else's. But I am happy it is Friday. Just getting a nice layer all over tentacle, all the way from this start to finish. Excuse me, there I burped. And a little crazy detail piece around this handle of his axe here, so you be extra careful coloring that in. Finally, time to paint. There you go, buddy. Nice. Happy Friday indeed. Nice. This makes me want to put on my LoFi playlist. I might put that on after this is over. Would you say you were working on your evader and something else? Got it. Or oops. You can't really see what I'm doing here. I'm just going underneath the tentacle on the bottom. Here we got enough coverage down here. Looks good. That's part of the tentacle there. Finishing the head of my Dactari. Oh yeah, that's right. Is it? Why did you capitalize Eva? Did you mean to, or is it actually spelled like that? I think it was spelled like that. I'm just nitpicking. It is? Oh, okay. Yeah, they like to capitalize stuff for random reasons. What is well, I mean, does Eva have a significance to its unit type? No, I'm just I wouldn't say that. I mean, maybe because it's an evader, they've got a EVA classification now or something. I don't know. Infinity does weird stuff, but it's still an awesome game. I did. I felt bad trying to like go over the game on stream with PSK the other day because he was like, "What? There's so much stuff you're saying to me right now." I was like, "Oh shit, you're right." Like, so then I kind of got to like, you really got to just play the game to to get the experience and see how stuff works. It's just one of at least. I mean, at least for me, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I could read a rule book all day, but until I actually play the game, it's not gonna click. Oh, Lost in Base, what's up, man? Happy Friday time. Happy Friday to you. Sorry, I was looking at the model here. Thanks for popping back in. I appreciate it. We're doing Infinity Talk with him. Infinity Talk? What do you mean, like a podcast kind of thing? So yeah, uh lost. I was actually I was talking to Zark about it. I was like, I don't know what to paint tonight. But then I found this guy. I mean, I noticed him on my shelf, and he's just like, "Hey, I don't have any paint on me." So I figured I'd paint him up, and then I'll probably work on the bust in a little bit because I'll probably get tired of painting this guy, to be honest with you. Because I haven't played Age of Sigmar in a long time. I have plenty of models for it, but I haven't played in a while. I was playing 40K for a little bit before the pandemic, just because that's or people around me were playing that. Um, and then that came to a screeching halt. So just like no one around here that I kind of that I hang out with on a normal basis plays Sigmar, so it was just never that big of a concern. But this guy's cool, so I figured I'd paint him, and I changed him up a little bit. I changed his head. I shaved the weird spikes off his uh pauldron. That's called the technical name for shoulder armor. I think is pauldron. What's up, buddy?
I'm watching Batman.
You're watching a Batman movie?
Yeah.
What's it called?
Batman Old.
The Batman movie number old. Is it real people?
Yeah, this real people.
Is it scary?
No.
You sure? Okay, if it gets scary, you turn it off, okay? You watch something else. Okay? Alright. Little dude loves to stay up late. So cute. But his definition of, or his comprehension of staying up late is until he gets tired, which is about now. So he'll probably either fall asleep on the couch in a few minutes or realize he's very tired and go back to his room. But it's so funny. Like every night, turn he'll be like, "Dad, can I stay up all night?" I'm like, "Bud, it's a work night. It's a weeknight. We can't stay up late tonight." And he gets all upset. Prime minis tend to yell at me too. That's why I shove them in a dark box till they're. Yeah, he was like right there behind me with a bunch of other painted models, so he was just extra loud, just like extra fucking like, dude, look at all these fuckers around me. You know what I mean? I'm like looking at my shelf, like those are all busts. Those are Death Guard. I don't want to start those Death Guard. They're not really Zenithal. They're just white. That's going to be a pain in the butt. And then, oh! This fool. Okay. Okay. Okay, guy. I got you. I hear you. I hear you. You're in the queue. Just a couple little spots down here, or it's just like probably from the paint being so the undercoating being so dark down there. But it's when you're using these cuttlefish colors, for anybody who gets them, I don't know if you can kind of tell like it's a little blotchy down here, but your first coat over your primed model is never gonna look like good. You know what I mean? You're never gonna get like full smooth coverage on your first coat. You gotta do 2 thin layers at least for it to look decent. Um, and these paints are absolutely perfect for that. And they're really nice and thin, but they layer really nicely. You'll see it after this first layer dries. I put on a second layer. It's gonna be like, whoa, that's cool. That's pretty cool. A tentacle or a spike? I'm gonna consider that a spike and not paint it same color scheme. I'm just getting all these angles, or not angles, but hard to reach spots. Pulling that green out. I think I got that one pretty decent. Lost in Base, you working on anything? Are you a painter? I think I asked you that already. If I did, I apologize. I don't remember what your answer was. Or you don't paint miniatures, but you do other painting. Is that it? If I'm wrong, I apologize. But yeah, I was saying that I converted him slightly, and I do have a picture of what he looks like out of the box. I'll show to you in 1 second. Let me get this tentacle painted, and I'll grab my phone real quick. A little bit more back here. All right, so we'll leave him right about there, right, like this. Actually, it's more like that. Yeah. Okay. I'm just matching the pose that it is on my phone. So what I did was, what's happening here? What? All right. Anyway, so this is what he looks like out of the box. So I took the spikes off his shoulder because I didn't like them, and then I didn't use that head. I used a different head from a different Nurgle set, and then put a different mask on that head, so it looks like he's kind of bloating out of it, which you can see here. Yeah, that's the whole thing with Nurgle, is that their powers are making them infested with like every disease that there is known or is not known. So basically making them immune to everything. But in doing that, their physical body bloats and distorts and turns into other stuff like tentacles and their skin expands, so that's why you'll see them looking like all bloated and gross all the time. This song gets on my nerves. Actually, I gotta take this off of my. That was a good one. Actually, let's go back to that one. Yeah, I'm gonna take that one off of the playlist. That one gets on my nerves after. It's like grating after a bit. I get a little bit more rat-a-tat on my playlist. Let's see who this is. They're pretty good. Yeah, they're really good. It's all instrumental too. I think a couple songs might have vocals, but for the most part, it's all instrumental stuff. Really nice. YouTube channel video. Oh yeah, nice. I didn't realize that. I've watched that show, but I didn't realize it. Yeah, just do they do a specific song for the show? I just didn't know it, or are they on the show at some point? I think this way I can see it. Oh, okay. That's just one more tentacle. Yeah, just that one there. Like it. Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember I was listening to them a lot back when I was in college in the early 2000s, and date myself there. Um, but I mean, they've stayed pretty consistent, which sometimes works for bands and sometimes it doesn't. Like, but these guys have really nailed it, and I really like what they do and their whole vibe and their. I've heard most of their discography, not all of it. I don't, but everything I've heard, I've liked, and it doesn't get boring. You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm saying. How like it works for some bands, but it doesn't. And where if you just keep hearing the same thing from a band, it'll get boring, and you don't want to. Get almost predictable. But these guys have a way of writing stuff that is it's still their style, but it's different and it's new and it's exciting. If that makes any sense. All right, I like that. Let me wash my brush off. Take a little sip. All right. Let's let this dry completely. It's still a little wet. Looks dry on camera, but I can see it's still a little shiny, especially on the tops here. Wow. Yeah. I was like, what song is this? It's the end of the song. The end of the Rat-a-tat song. What's up next? Ooh. This is a good one. Did I miss a spot? It's all right. It's on the bottom. I'll get it with the next pass. What I need now, I've got the vortex mixer. I need that mini hairbrush. I keep forgetting to get it. I need it. Get a little bit more of this decrease here in this little crevasse. It's kind of like skin being pulled into a ring, or the skin of the membrane, or membrane of the tentacle, whatever you want to call it. A little bit more green on there. Oh, Mortis, what's up? Update on the God Hand? How is it? Is it like you are using God's hands to cut tiny plastic models, or does it suck? Oops, sorry, can't see what I'm doing here. Oh, out of all of them, God Hand? All right, cool. I will get some of those then. They're the one-sided, right? Or what is that what you call it? Or single edge? Is that what it is? I don't know. But that's the one you got, right? The like super fine SPM 120, or okay, cool. Thank you, sir. Oh man, you back now? You good? I was asking if you are working on anything in particular, and if you said that you painted models or you did other forms of art and painting. I couldn't remember from our last conversation. Oh, okay, nice, 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 excellent. Currently into mecha and Japanese stuff. Yeah, I went early on in 2021. I went hard on Bandai kits. Like I just went on this complete mecha spree. Actually, it was funny. Like I was like, well, I've already got a backlog. So I have a bunch of Gundam kits, like mainly Iron-Blooded Orphan kits, and then some cooler like grunt suits. Because I'm more into the grunt suit than the like wing style, like space style mech. Um, then I got a couple, well, not a couple, yeah, a couple of the Vodums, the Scope Dog minis or kits. Those things are great. Those things are super cool. I need to finish all of them though. I have a few kit bashes. Have you heard of 30 minutes or 30-minute missions? It says anything about them. It's a hobby product, and I said them. Oh, I do have a bunch of Machine and Krieger kits, but I haven't done anything with them. Yes, I love grunts. I love grunts. But yeah, I have several Machine and Krieger kits. I'm a little intimidated, to be honest with you, to start them. But yeah, I've got a few cool ones. But I kind of want to make them into like dioramas and not just like a model that sits there. Like I want to do something cool because I've got the Luna Diver, I've got the Ammo Knight, the White Knight, Cause. I feel like I have one more. No, I can't remember. I don't know, but I've got the 120. I've got a bunch of them are 120 scale, except for the Luna Diver. That is 135th. But yeah, I'm planning on streaming those also. Got to jump in and go all out when you do dios and bases armor. Yeah. I would. I mean, bare minimum would be a base. I want to think out like a whole diorama for them when I do it. But yeah, I've got some pretty cool older Gundam kits. Like I've got 3 copies of the Easy SR, so I can make one of each of the grunt suits there. Or Easy RSC, I think they are. Yeah, the newer Easy SR suits. a few Jestas, one Jesta cannon, the Barbatos MG from Iron Blooded Orphans. I've got an original Red Beret, or not a Red Beret, whatever the original Red Beret was, and a Red Beret, and then a built Red Beret. So I've got two unopened Red Berets, but one is the original version before it was the Red Beret. I can't remember the name of it. And then I bought a Gauf just for parts, because I wasn't a fan of the build, but the little pieces that came with it were pretty interesting. So I got him mainly just to steal parts from. Whoa, you did? Oh shit. Oh, like Sensei Link's MAK competition? Which mech? Sorry. I named a bunch. And was it Link's competition, or was it Zaku Aurelius? Link, yeah, awesome, dude. That's amazing. Congratulations. Okay, Pop Robot, you are a Pop Robot. That's fucking awesome, dude. Congratulations on that. That's fucking sweet. But which mech were you talking about there when you said that you love that mech? Oh yeah, nice. I came in when Zaku did the clean versus weathered contest. I was a runner up in that with a kit bashed mecha. I don't know if you were in that contest. But yeah, it was a runner up for first place, or like honorable mention or something like that. So I was pretty stoked on that. That was that last year? I think that was early, like summer 2020. But that was like, it was mainly Gundam related. I mean, it could be any mech kit, but it was just like you entered into the clean build versus weathered category. I've got the model over there if you want to see it. Just waiting for paint to dry so we can show that off. Red berets. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I love the red beret. Here, I'll show you the model I made. Because have you heard of 30-minute missions? The Bandai, it's like the non-anime Bandai kit. They're all 1/144th scale, so they fit with HD kits. You can kit bash them all together. You can use HD parts too, because it's pretty much the same build. Like the hands look exactly the same, but it's a few different 30-minute mission kits, all kit bashed together. Let me grab it real quick. Hang on a second. I might have to zoom out for this one. He's a big boy. Which kit did you get, Mortis? So this is a kit bash of Fortinova space type, an Alto ground type, and then a bunch of extra weapon kits for the CL Nova. Python, nice. So this one, I started piecing stuff together. This is actually the second one that I made. The first one I made was more of the like test piece to get the pieces right, but I got a bunch of the extra pieces. So it's basically just like a walking firing platform. The little thrusters on the back, very weathered base. I actually made this for Gamma Wolves. But it came out pretty well. It looks really good on camera too. I did a little bit of this streaming a while ago when I first started, last summer. But yeah, he still moves a little bit, but I've cemented him in place at some joints just to make sure he doesn't wobble around too much. But you can see he's got some weathering down on the panels here. And then let me show you the other one. The other one's pretty much the same, just a slightly different pose. Slightly different pose and different weapons as well. He's got more like Gatling cannons than he does like big las cannons, and he is not quite as dirty and a slightly different color scheme, but relatively the same build. So just like a walking bipedal gun platform. But the other one was the one I got the runner-up spot with in the contest. But yeah, I gotta. Here. Oh, thank you. You know, I try to do that kind of across the board. That's like my kind of favorite way of painting. I need a little bit more of this green paint. I was showing off my vortex mixer earlier. You'll be able to hear it a little bit. See it because it's shaking my desk. Looks like he's dancing. All right, so I'm going to be a little bit more careful with the second coat just to make sure it gets on there evenly. And we'll see, it'll start looking a lot nicer. Quite as blotchy as the first coat. I got you, man. No worries. I'm sorry your internet is being annoying. It's not me, is it? No, it's definitely not me. So sorry about that. All right, so I'm just being slow and methodical here. Just making sure that I paint kind of all in the same direction now so I don't get any really glaring brush strokes. Especially on the bottom here where it's a little darker. Bring that through to the other side. Spot right there where I pulled it up by accident. All right, that's looking good. So that's definitely getting a lot brighter now. So we can keep moving on, trucking right on to the other tentacle. You know what's funny? I know every word of this song, but I'm not going to embarrass myself and rap it in front of everybody. I'll just let it play because I like it. Your kiddo didn't come back scared from old Batman. Hopefully it's a dream. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, he seems like he's doing. I haven't heard any screams or anything. Usually, if something freaks him out, he'll be like, ah! But seems like it's been doing okay. To be honest, he might have just gone to bed by now because he hasn't come back up. And it's almost 10. Free weed, you want free shit? I mean, dude. I mean, he's pretty brave. He's watched some stuff. It's only when I tell him not to watch something, he's like, oh shit. You know, he gets like, he doesn't actually say that, but he gets like worried that what's coming is going to be bad. Like we were watching Infinity War the other day, and when Thanos kills Loki, I was like, don't watch. And he like runs over and like grabs me and hugs me and hides his face. I'm like, it's okay, I just didn't want you to see this part. But usually if something really freaks him out, he probably would just go into his room and go to bed rather than coming up here to tell me about it. Wish from day one, I wake up and it rain blood. Rain check these fuck shows, I'm donezo, my brain's mush. Sorry, getting carried away here. I feel good, no feel God. So they're like, what wearing that their clothes? Ain't cop that new heat, that new space, all pink notes. Mm-hmm. It's fun stuff. Oh yeah. And there we go. It's over as soon as it started. We got here a little Starcadian. Oh no, the Cyber World. I keep forgetting how like nice and smooth this paint is, so you can really just kind of drag it instead of doing smaller strokes. This armpit area. Oh yeah, but then of course he asked me what happens, and I was like, Thanos killed Loki. And he was like, whoa. And then the next day, he's talking to his sister, and he's like, sis, we watched an Avengers movie, and Thanos kills Loki. Let's watch it right now. And she starts freaking out, like, no, I don't want to see that part. I'm like, I'm not going to make you watch that part. You silly children. You are the silliest little kids I have ever met. My daughter is also terrified of Forky from Toy Story 4, so she refuses to watch Toy Story 4. I'm not trying to do it. He wanted to watch an Avengers movie that had Iron Man and Spider Man. I was like, Infinity War. He turns into the Iron Spider. It's perfect. And then I was like, oh shit, they're on the ship. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. But like we already watched Ragnarok. I have video of him watching Ragnarok for the first time when Thor and Hulk are fighting, and he's just like, what? Why are they fighting? I thought they were friends. And I was like, it's a long story. Oh, I know you're kidding. No worries. No worries. Like, it's a long story, but it's okay. They're still friends. They're just playing. He's like, oh, okay. And then, you know, at the end of the movie, they escape. Like, see, told you, they're friends. Excuse me. Ooh. But yeah, no, he's really into Marvel. So we, you know, that's my favorite. I've never been a big DC comic book collector. I was always a Marvel fan. Nothing against DC. I don't know. I just never got into it. I never like saw anything that really struck me that I wanted to read. So I kind of just stuck with Marvel. But I mean, he's into it. But he likes Batman too. So it's all good. I do. I've seen a lot of. I mean, I don't have a lot of DC comics. I have like Image Comics, Marvel Comics. Um, I mean, I've seen like Batman stuff. The one Batman anime where him and Joker are samurais. Fucking awesome. Um, but yeah, I don't have like yeah, Batman Ninja. Yes. Funny that they're called ninjas, but they're dressed like samurai. They have like samurai like armor on. Um, he actually has a little Xbox game with it's like Lego Batman that he really likes, but he's always like, "Daddy, can you help me play it? I can't beat this level." So cute. Fucking white people. Are they wearing appropriate ninja garb? Because I feel like what I've seen, the armor doesn't look like traditional ninja armor. Is that just because I'm a white idiot? Just a silly old whitey over here. Completely uncultured, not knowing a thing about nothing. You know, Early Crullier from Squidbillies? That's actually based on me. Ah, I see. I see. Well, then I'm not as fucking white as I thought because I know the difference. Batman. All right, that's looking pretty cool. Digging that. I'm digging that. He's very green. Yes, I am culture. I've been to Japan. I have walked the streets of Tokyo, Osaka, Kanazawa. Silly white people. I've been to a few other places. I don't remember their names off the top of my head, but I have a whole like travel journal. As nerdy as that sounds, it was actually part because I went with school. So we were kind of tasked with documenting it, which I'm glad I did because I can just go back and read that book and like be like, oh yeah, this is what we did every day. Real ninjas dress in neon colors. And a lot of like the most powerful ninjas, you ever notice, they're not in black. They're in like white or purple or some other crazy color. No, Naruto. I watch Naruto. I'm a neon orange ninja. Rasengan. I'm gonna go ahead and grab another drink real quick while this second coat of green dries. Naruto. All right, I'm gonna uh jutsu out of here real quick and grab another beer. I'll be right back. We got a different cat up here tonight. Come here, bro. No, no, you don't really like sitting on laps, but this is my other cat. He never shows his face, but he's a big old boy. This is Berlioz. He's a good boy. He's a little big to be jumping on my back, so he usually just stays on the ground, but he's my good boy. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oh my god, I love this motherfucker. He's good too. He doesn't do anything. He does stuff, but he doesn't do anything bad. You know what I'm saying? He just chills. He likes to cuddle, likes to get pets, likes to eat wet food. He's like, I don't want to be on your lap anymore. I want to be on the ground. I don't work for free. I am barely giving a fuck away. Right, bro? Bro, barely giving a fuck away. Live to shoot another day. Boom, 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 boom. It's just turned into a cat stream. I'm just petting my cat while my paint dries. Bro, your eyes are the same color as the tentacles I've painted. All right, you can go. He's like, I don't want to. Good. Pop down. Good. Thank you. See ya. All right. Try not to spill this beer everywhere. Why don't you lay down, bro? Cheers. Happy Friday. Let me try to clean a little bit of this paint off of this part. Song is sad. I'm gonna change it. Give me a second. It's getting the paint off of the knee pad there, where we don't need it. Boom, boom, as I'm singing along to the sad song. No. Actually, that one's okay. Alrighty. Huh? Oh. Let's get a little blue going. No, maybe the lighter, maybe a mix of the two. Let's do a little bit of that. Let's see how that works. Ooh. That's cool. That'll look interesting over the green. A little bit more of the darker blue in there. Let's start. We'll start at this guy. And I'm just gonna go all the way to the edge, which with each new color, and the end of the tentacle, just so that because it's gonna get darker as it gets towards the end anyway. So it'll be a good base for it to blend over top of. I'm gonna feather that in a little bit. There cat hair on there? Ah, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, got it with the brush. It was not a cat hair. I don't know what kind of hair that was, but it's all good. Okay. Keep on moving on to the next tentacle, because I think we're going to need 2 coats of this color as well. At least 2 coats just to help the gradient. A little just to get it. That. Yeah, that's looking pretty cool so far. There. I don't like the end of this song. That one's all right. This tentacle here. Oh, right. Moving along nicely here. Zoning out a little bit here. This getting into the difficult territory here of getting all these tentacles. But it's coming out well. It's coming out well. It's gonna take a couple layers here, but we'll get there. We will get there. So onto this one. Trying to keep it relatively thin and even, so it's subtle when it dries. I'm doing that by using the side of my brush. So I can just kind of, oops, follow, I'll get that in a second. So I can just kind of follow the contours of the tentacle easily without having a bunch of brush strokes. Oh, I forgot to mention. I totally called it. My son is not watching Batman anymore. He is in his bed. TV's off. He's just went to sleep. So he either got too scared or too tired. It's probably too tired because it's already after 10. He usually doesn't last much longer than 9:30. Like I said, that's his definition of staying up all night. His perception, I guess I would say, because he's a little kid. He's little. He's 4.5. He's almost 5. So he's probably watched a few movies with me that are not age appropriate, like Venom. He loves the Venom movie. I will not let him watch the new one, Maximum Carnage. Don't worry. Don't worry, all. Not until he's older. Yeah, dude, I got twins, bud. I got a boy girl twins. They're 4.5. That's why I'm on late, because I gotta stream when they're asleep or staying up and watching Batman. I'm old, dude. On the wrong side of 30. Tell you what though, being 30, your 30s are legit. I mean, having kids is no cakewalk. It's fucking hard. Um, but you know, after your 20s, you tend to get your shit together and settle in. Well, I haven't seen a child in years. You don't have to deal with trick or treaters. That's nice. Yeah, seems like you don't live in a child-friendly neighborhood. Go a little darker on the tips here because that'll be purpley as well. Or an automotive shop. Sounds like my old neighborhood where I moved here. One time, funny story. One time, Ryan was gonna come to my old house to like paint something or paint some terrain outside, but my neighborhood was so fucking sketchy that, and when he ended up getting there like 10 minutes before I did, and he was just like, nope, and dipped. Oh, I gotcha. But yeah, Zark was so freaked out by my old neighborhood. He was like, I'm not staying here any longer than I need to. And he's like, I just went home. That was a funny time. Because remember I pulled up and I was like, where's he at? And I texted him, I was like, where you at, dude? And he's like, oh, your neighborhood's scary as fuck. I left. Is it? Oh shit. Well, yeah, and then I told you someone got there was a fatal shooting in your old neighborhood that's near, like in between my current neighborhood and my old neighborhood. All right, so I'm gonna let that layer dry. Might see. Yeah, that neighborhood was interesting. I hung out with you there once or twice. New Year's at your place now. We didn't have we. I mean, there could have been a couple like rifle shots, like questionable sounds I heard that could have been rifles, but nothing like Nothing like living in the city and hearing semi-automatics go off on New Year's. Oh, shell casings in by your front door. Holy fuck. Okay. All right. Yeah, I never found any shell casings, but I certainly heard what was firing shell casings at my old neighborhood. But this year at my current neighborhood was mostly it was fireworks, and then what I think might have been like a hunting rifle or something every now and then, because you can tell the difference. It's not like a pop; it's like a crack kind of a sound. But it's so funny. Like I have a camera doorbell thing, and then there's Nextdoor, which is like a social platform for excuse me homeowners. And literally every time someone sets off a firework, people are like, "Did you hear? Was that gunshots? Did you guys hear gunshots?" Nothing bigger than a handgun, from what I heard. Oh, that's fun. What a dick! Shot out the transformer. Wow, that sucks. I'm sorry, man. People shoot out transformers a lot near you. There's nothing better to do than just explode an electrical transformer. Oh, jeez. Jeezy peace. All right. I know, right? Oh, okay. That'll do it. That sweet squirrel meat, man. It's what everybody wants. Squirrel meat. I've yet to have squirrel. I don't know if I want to try squirrel. I feel like I'd feel really bad eating it. I had venison. I don't give a shit about eating venison, but squirrel? I don't know. I don't know. It'd have to be a tasty fucking squirrel, I'll tell you that. Not uncommon to have a bullet whiz into my apartment. What the fuck? That sounds like a problem there, bud. Aspire, what's up? You're used to it? Fuck, dude. Aspire, how you doing, man? Oh, okay. Well, I guess so. I guess if you're used to it. I'm actually painting Warhammer under the Warhammer tag tonight for category, I guess. The slightly converted Gutrot Spume, or yeah, converted, not kit bashed. Just doing a little bit of a gradient here on the tentacles. Got some dark blue happening up the tips. I'll use that lighter blue to help that transition a little bit once I get the darker blue everywhere. Working on anything tonight, Aspire? Ooh, the whole kit, the whole start collecting or collection kit. Nice. Got any Vargs you want to get rid, or not Vargs, Knockin' you want to get rid of? Need them knocking, son. I saw the Varg box. They look pretty cool, but I probably won't be getting them. I know, no. Oh yeah, yeah. You had that full 300-point game, sometime this week, right? How was that? Tell us all about it. Oh no. So who were the guy you were playing against knew what they were doing, or were they a seasoned player? Ooh, ouch. Did you have them clumped up? We should have mentioned that to you. It's a common thing to do when you're starting out with your fire teams is to roll around together in a clump, which you should keep them spaced apart so that that exact scenario does not happen. Spire's like, great, now you fucking tell me, you dick. If experience as I do, they're just playing lists. I'm not good enough to know how to play against them. Okay. What were the factions being played? Were you, I'm assuming you were playing O12, but maybe not. Vanilla combined is what they played. Okay. I'm sorry, man. Well, hopefully it was still fun. I know getting trounced does suck sometimes, but hopefully you still enjoyed the game and just makes you want to come back and seek vengeance. Ah, yeah, that's a real killjoy. But I tell you what, for every game I've won, I've lost 10. And that's just how it goes sometimes. I mean, it's a real learning experience the whole time. And I mean, it just yeah, there you go. It was a learning experience. Perfect. Good job. That, I mean, that's really that's what you should be taking from it. Is that it was you learn from it, and the next time you play, you'll remember how to, you know, counteract certain things, and go from there, and then you'll be a stronger player. See, I just tend to like when I play against someone that I know is good, like Zark or a couple mutual friends of ours. I like clam up and get a little like I'll play like a little too defensively to a fault where it's like it doesn't work out in my favor. But I've been trying to break out of that shell a little bit. You don't need to listen to Prince again. We heard Prince the other day. What else we got? That works. Yeah. Once you kind of start to figure things out and you get more used to who does what and how they do it and how the game goes ARO wise and whatnot. It gets much easier. It's a steep curve and then it kind of levels out. Or more like a plateau, I guess. Although there is a bit of a curve at it. It's not just like a sharp incline and then a plateau. There's definitely a curve there in some capacity. I mean, I've been playing for years now and I'm still learning. It's cool that it's like a never-ending process. Trying to, I mean, if you're some people, you can grasp the entire game. Like there's one guy actually from our area that got pretty high up in the Interplanetario competition. Get wrecked. Nah, it's all good. Um, but yeah, it just takes practice, man. It takes practice. Yeah, I mean, I almost never win, so but I still enjoy it. But yeah, sure, a lot of people are in that same boat. Trying to be a little quick here with this lighter blue color to blend in the green and the blue. Give it a quick thin coat so it doesn't tint the green too much. I'm gonna tint it a little bit. I can always go back and dry brush in a little green or glaze it in where I need to. But this like light blue to purple gradient is a little bit more important. A little bit more of that in my mind than there is the green. The green's just kind of the bottom color towards the base. Then it all turns into purple. Our Hawk player tends to deploy well on defense, and he's definitely paid for it this time. Ooh. So how so? Did he just get obliterated in arrows? What happened there? Some minis when my brother played his Avatar CLS. Oh, okay. I missed that one. Yeah. Yeah. Avatar is very hard to play against. That's a very powerful model. Very tough. Yeah. It's gross. It's almost like cheating. Where's Cap at? His favorite song is on. Gonna pop in at any minute. I'm summoning him. Okay, super jumped up and killed a bunch of offense pieces that are deployed too far forward. Ever oof, yikes. Yeah, it happens. It happens with that dang old Avatar. All right, that's looking pretty cool. I dig that. Actually, clean this up a little bit. More blue down in here. Even that up a bit. More my brush. There we go. Up. I like it. It's looking good. Nice little fade going on. Let that dry out. And maybe another layer of maybe the green, maybe that light blue to just to even it out. I'm thinking, I don't know. We'll see what it looks like when it dries. We'll go from there. Looks looking pretty good so far. Just a little wet, but nice fade. A little bit of green at the bottom, blue. It'll be purple at the end, but the purple's not gonna be too much. I want a decent amount of like the middle to be blue. That way I'll be able to fade between it and the green a little bit easier. Stay still, brushes. Oh, big stretch. Oh. No one redeemed posture check, so I did it myself. Yeah, super jump is gross. You know that super jump, they have no cover the entire time they're super jumping, though? For next time. And you fear hidden deployment missile launchers more. Oh my god, yeah, that's gross. At the yeah, yeah. What model is that? The Acheronted or which one am I thinking of that does that? Zarkle, no. Excuse me, unless you don't. If you, oh man, burping like crazy. Excuse me. Noctifier. Yes, that's it. Drying up nicely. Oh, that's tentacle upon tentacle. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we'll just let that dry for a bit. And I think we'll do the, I don't know. I want to see what this looks like when it dries, see what kind of blending we can do here. Maybe do a little bit of the green, or like the darker green might work out. See how this is. It's very light. That actually might work out okay. Hmm. Questions. Questions. Here you go. Nurgle dance. Woo! Model dance. Happening. There we go. Hope I'm not waking anybody up. This thing is fun. I think what I'm gonna do, I also got a little bit of this Merlin's Magic Medium along with my lovely sponsorship package from Cuttlefish Colors. I think I'm just gonna thin down the goblin skin a little bit with this. Exactly what it's for. And do a light coat of that over all of the blue here, or the whole tentacle before I get into the purple, just to blend it in a touch more. Mix that all around on the palette. Check out a little bit of the other color on there. I got some game inks to try. Oh, nice, 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 nice. I love me some game inks. I haven't used a single game ink tonight, if you can believe it. This is all Cuttlefish Colors tonight. So try to be real nice and even and just get this green to come up a little bit. This might be too much. I don't know. Let's see. I went too far on that. And yes, definitely stock up on those game inks. They are the shit. Bring this green out a little bit more, and then I think another glaze of the very light blue will help a bunch. Because I think I went a little too far down with that dark blue and kind of ate up a bit too much of the green. So we'll just build that back up around the base of the tentacles and then hit it with a layer of the light blue to blend it back in. The lighter blue. I dropped by LGS for paints. I'm good actually. Paint wise, man, like I have no business buying paint for a long time because I bought almost the entire line of the cuttlefish set other than what was sent via the sponsorship. So I'm good there. I got a bunch of my Pro Krill, I got a bunch of Vallejo, I got a bunch of inks. I'm good. Yeah, I mean I'm good, but I appreciate it. Oh, or anything. I don't I don't think so. I mean, fuck yes. Uh no, I think I'm good, but I tell you, when are you going tomorrow? If I think of anything like by the morning, I'll shout you a holler dog. I like them so far, and what I've only really been using them as layers. Just layers upon layers. Um, I mean, weaknesses, if you're trying to get an opaque layer, like coverage out of them, then you're going to need to do several layers. That's not really what they're for. They're for putting colors upon other colors and blending and building colors up. I mean, you can get opaque. It's going to happen at some point. But if you just want one color opacity on something, then you know, you're going to be doing layer after layer, and they definitely work better over a zenithal undercoating like I've got here, rather than just like a plain white, because they really help. They I don't know, they're decent. They're decent, and this magic medium is doing a pretty good job of thinning down the paint. But I mean, I think as long as you're using them in a layering fashion, they're gonna work out well. I mean, I went into it knowing that they're not gonna give you a solid opaque finish with one or two coats. It's gonna take more than that. It's gonna take several if you want to get one solid color. But if you start layering colors on top of each other, you get more opacity, you get nice blends. I haven't tried any of the metallics yet or any of the fluorescent colors. I've only tried the main colors, so I'm still a little inexperienced, and I've only opened 2 sets so far, and I haven't gotten all the way through both sets, just because there's a very wide myriad of colors. But I mean, I definitely like them for what they're made for, you know, for layering and whatnot. They definitely work. And you have them all, right, Aspire? Or most of them, anyway. Bridge troll. I can't. But I mean, they're definitely, if you want some nice, vibrant paints that will layer nicely, then this is definitely a good brand. Okay, yeah. Okay, well then, yeah. I think they'll probably definitely take a little getting used to. At least for me, they are, because they're not like, I don't want to say viscous, but it's like they're thin paints. It reminds me of Green Stuff World a little bit, but it's not annoying like Green Stuff World was, where there was like so much medium, it was like gross. This is definitely much better. But definitely a different consistency than I was expecting, but still very workable and you know, easy to work with is what I'm trying to say. But they dry really nice too. They dry very matte. They blend into each other really well. I mean, overall, I'm happy. I haven't used them an incredible amount, enough to call me like a real, you know, enough to do like a real review on them. But for the time being, for the most part, from what I've used so far, I do really like. And what's interesting is that the first set I got, the plastic on the bottles was a bit frosted, so the colors looked a little dull. And then when you get them on the palette, it's like, wow, these are actually pretty vibrant. And you know, the more layers you do, the more vibrant it gets. So it's very interesting. And then it's funny, I got the newer sets that I ordered, and I think maybe the bottle plastic changed because it's not, it doesn't look as dull in the bottle as it does on the palette. Oh yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. They'll pill. They and that and Procryl. I use Procryl a lot because they are very heavy in pigments, and they do pair really well with that. All right, we'll let that dry, and I think I start moving into the purple a little bit. At least get the initial gradient on the ends of the tentacles there, because that's looking pretty good. Liking that. I'm gonna take a quick break real quick, so I will be right back. Pretty. All right, I'm gonna start getting some purple on the ends here. I think extra opaque have better coverage in Pro Acryl. I tend to agree with that. That is perhaps the biggest weakness of cuttlefish colors. I mean, that kind of makes me think that you're looking for the wrong result from cuttlefish colors, because they're all about layering on top of each other, which will give you the coverage eventually, but they're meant for that like gradual build up and helping with your gradients and that kind of deal. But I can see what you mean coverage wise, because like the first coat does look very blotchy, and I'd mentioned that on the earlier when I was doing the green, and how like the first coat of anything really doesn't look that great. But I do understand where you're coming from, because this does tend, that first like coat or two, depending on what your undercoat looks like, it is a little blotchy and like disconcerting. But I mean, that's just one coat of purple over the couple layers of green and blue that I've done so far, and I mean, it covered pretty good. No, I'm not mad at it. Tough down here, get this little tiny bit. It's not that. More restrictive of recommending them as one and only brand on you. Yeah, that's that. It's definitely not that, unless that beginner is going to only paint in the style that of layering colors. Then yeah, I totally agree with you there. Like this, it's definitely not a paint for like a one and only set for someone to buy. And like these are not the only paints that I'm going to use from here on out. I'm definitely still using Vallejo. I still love Vallejo. I'll still use Pro Acryl when I find it necessary. I feel it's like Pro Acryl is like very situational for me. It's not it's it's slightly under the level of extra opaque, and you don't need that all the time. Pro Acryl you can thin down pretty easily, and it's versatile and whatnot, but it's not my go-to. Also, I like scale color too. Scale color is pretty cool. You get some good results with some scale color. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. I don't think anyone ever, you know, was trying. Well, at least me was trying to say like this is the last paint set that anybody ever needs. I mean it's a very good paint set, and it works really well for what it does. But yeah, if you're a beginner, then yeah, by all means, try all the paints. You know what I mean? Like, don't. There's no reason to be brand loyal if you're just starting out and learning how to paint, because you got to figure out what brand works for you the best. Like some people really like Citadel paint, um, and that's fine. And, people like what they like. Mediums work better for different mediums work better for different people. It's just it's how it goes. Um, but yeah, I totally agree with you there. Definitely not a one stop. Like this is all you need. Sister asked me to recommend a paint brand for her and her D&D group, and I'm thinking from that viewpoint, I'd probably say Vallejo, to be honest with you, because just the different ranges like model color, game color, and the inks, all those versatile mediums will and the huge range of colors that they have, and they're more Vallejo's more readily available like in game shops, at least around me. What is this? I don't remember adding this to my playlist, but whatever. Get out of here. Play some metal in a little bit. Feeling a little heavy Friday night coming on. But yeah, I would say Vallejo. I would say Vallejo. Plus, most of those Vallejo, Reaper, Pro Krill are the ones I'm looking at. Yeah, I'd say Vallejo and Reaper are probably going to be the easiest to acquire. Because Pro Krill, you got to order from their site and they got to ship it to you. It's really good though, and it's cheap. It's not expensive paint by any means. But it depends on how they're going to buy it. I guess, are they going to buy it online, or are they going to go to a store and get it? Because if they're going to go to a store where they already sell Vallejo, then get some Vallejo. If you're going to buy it all online, buy a little bit of each. And then maybe down the road when your sister and her group, are they all going to paint, or just your sister, or whoever's going to be painting, a little bit down the ways, once they've kind of gotten a grasp on it, then you can give them primer's brush on. Oh yeah, that is a good primer. But yeah, like down the road, once they've got a little bit of experience and completed models under their belt, you could give them you could gift some cuttlefish colors or something, as like, these work really well as layers and wet blends or whatever, if they're starting to really get into it. But yeah, I would definitely start them off on some nice Vallejo. I haven't used too much of the Reaper paint. I've used the MSP, I think, is that what it's called, the Master Series paint line. I've used the weathering colors of that line, but not the regular Reaper paints. They've each painted something like 2 minis a piece. Okay, all right, that's cool. And they like it? Because that's always the thing. Like, you gotta, if you don't like it, if you're not like really into it, you're not gonna, I feel like you're not gonna do much progressing and like learning. But 2 minis each, that's pretty good. Because I mean, that was the thing. I remember when I first started, I was like, I'm never gonna, or not. When I first started like playing Magic and getting into that stuff, and once I found out what Warhammer was, I was like, I don't know. I don't want to like paint my own stuff and blah blah blah. But then I did it and was just like, wow, like this is more fun than actually playing the game. Which I still feel like I still love painting and building and kit bashing and making bases and dioramas. I still like it way more than the actual gameplay. They seem to have enjoyed it. She's coming to me now asking for, oh, that's awesome. That is definitely a good sign. Yeah, definitely. So yeah, as always, like I was saying, definitely start them off on some Vallejo, maybe some Reaper. Pro Krill. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, like what I was saying before, if they are buying it at a paint shop, or at a hobby shop, then I'd go Vallejo. Maybe the game color, because that's more, that's their fantasy line. But yeah, if you want to order online, then just order a little bit of everything. Why not? Yeah, what did you start with? Did you start with GW? Or did you start with Reaper? Because I actually started with Vallejo, and that's probably the reason I love it so much, because it's just been so good to me the whole time. But it was just because the first wargaming I got in, or first game systems I got into were not Warhammer, not GW Citadel related, so I didn't buy that paint. Which might have had something to do with it. Also, Lego is, I mean, GW is expensive. Ooh, Apple Barrel. Okay, yeah. I mean, I've used Apple Barrel before, but I never used it on miniatures. My wife actually had some like artist level acrylic. That was probably the first paint I ever used, but it was such a heavy body that it was very difficult for me to use at the time. I wasn't really familiar with thinning. So I used that on a couple models and then just ended up buying some paints at the hobby store. But I can't remember when and where I used Apple Barrel, but I've definitely done it for some. Might have been like a random craft project or something, but I've definitely used it before. But that's an odd paint. It's like almost all medium, no pigment. Oh yeah, I am really digging that. Let's let that dry. Actually, I'm gonna bring this down a touch more. Just a little bit. Yeah. Come on, shuffle. Come on. All right, this one's cool. But yeah, how's the gradient looking? How you guys liking that so far on the Tentacles? I think it's coming out pretty good. And to be honest with you, the Zenithal Prime was done ages ago. So it looks a little splotchy. I might have done it when it was too humid or too cold. I don't remember. I don't remember when I did this, but it's coming out pretty good. I don't really see any of the little dots through the paint job there. But yeah, I think that's working out pretty well. Oh yeah, I have a lot of oils I haven't tried yet. I have they're like mostly weathering style like colors like grease and engine oil and snow and stuff like that. Um thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Um I haven't used it too much. I used a little bit on the mech models, but just a touch, and it was like almost like hey, I'm scared of this. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try it out on some smaller models first. But yeah, they're all the Abtalung 502 oils, which I hear they're pretty good. But I got them for super cheap at a closing sale at a shop that is near me that was going out of, or not going out of business, just shutting their doors mainly due to COVID. Wrong bottle. Use this one. Yes, I did get a new vortex mixer. Yes, that's right. You came in not too long ago. It's the hang on a second. The Ink Soul Tattoo Vortexer. It's like half the price of the other hobby brand vortex mixers, but the RPMs are almost twice as high as those. So you can mix almost anything, nail polish, all kinds of stuff. It's got these nice little suction cups that stick to the desk. And it has an internal rechargeable battery, so you can plug it in and then charge it up and then stick it anywhere. Put it anywhere on the desk. But yes, it's funny. It makes the desk shake. Oh, I don't like this part of the song. It's on my nerves. Yeah, check it. I got it on Amazon and it was really cheap. I think it was only like 50 bucks, 52 bucks, something like that. And it came the next day. And yeah, I really like it. Definitely a lot better than having to sit here and shake paint with my arm. I just hope it's not too loud, like downstairs. Like I know it vibrates the desk. Hopefully, it doesn't transfer through the floor and is audible in my kids' room below me. I haven't heard anything from anybody down there, so it's probably all right. All right, man. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Have a good night and good luck on the video call tomorrow. Hopefully that goes well. I'm sorry you have a video call on Saturday. But yeah, thank you as always for popping in. Always welcome. Have a nice night, my friend. And a very thin layer of purple kind of all over everything just to blend it together a little bit more. Introduce more of that purple down at the base and whatnot. Get a little bit of a interesting variation in there. Continue that over onto the skin on this side. Get a little yucky looking. Looking very bruisey. I like it. Purple and blue and green, like a nice bruise healing up. Nice fresh bruise, I guess. Oops. There. All right. Yeah. Digging that. That's looking real nice. Easiest blending I've ever done. I tell you what, that's a lot easier than wet blending. That shit sucks. Other than if you're wet blending with oils, it's a totally different matter. But wet blending acrylics, that is a pain in the butt. I got like a piece of fuzz or something on my hat. It's driving me nuts. I think that subtle layer of the thinned down purple over everything is helping gradient a bit, and then introducing a little purple down towards the base there, which makes it a little bit more interesting to look at. I don't know. What do you guys think? Am I fucking it up? Does it look terrible? A little bit more purple on the underside of these portions here. What is my CPU doing? Why is it acting like that? Am I lagging or anything? I'm not skipping any frames, but my CPU seems like it's having a time right now. Not sure what's going on. I mean, everything else looks okay. It's just going, well, now it's back at green. A little, but not for long. Is it better now? It's back to green now. I don't know. Okay, cool. Well, now it's back at red. Weird. I don't know what's going on. My internet might be fluctuating. That might be it. Cause I don't have all full bars up here right now. Usually I do. Maybe something's going on with the internet. I don't know. Whatever. Deal with it. Guess I'm gonna have to figure out what I want to do with this skin. I think I might do more purple skin, to be honest with you. Still right around here in the back of the neck. Probably layer in a little bit of the blue or something in here to kind of bring this all together. The skin, I mean. Let's give it a little extra color than what it's got right now. Nerd Holla! Thank you for the follow, Nerd Holla. Cheers to you. Happy Friday. If you want to chat in the chat, just let me know. If you want to lurk, that's fine. There you are. Happy Friday. Happy Friday indeed. You working on anything fun tonight? Just streaming streams, living dreams. I paint a very very eclectic mix of models here. I'm not just solely a Warhammer painter, but paint some busts, paint some Infinity models, paint some 3D prints. Just paint anything that I think looks cool, to be honest with you. Oh, thank you. What game system? Warhammer? Yeah, I'm working on the tentacles here, getting into the skin tone a little bit, getting this purplish color on the skin. Probably gonna layer it. Excuse me. I'm gonna layer in some more of the green to kind of make it the same we've got going down on the lower back there, where it's like the pale green and the purple mix. I think that's a good mix. Should go with that. But yeah, thank you for the compliment. And yeah, you Warhammer painter or D&D? What's your game of choice? Again, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. Primarily paint for D&D or commission. Just dipping into other styles. Cool. Yeah, I've painted a few D&D miniatures. I think they're mainly the the WizKid models, like the cheaper ones you can get at the game stores. None of the bigger ones. but they're fun. You know, the ones that come like pre-primed, pre-Vallejo primed. And I've played D&D a couple times. I'm not an active player at the moment, but I mean, it's fun. I had a good time. I've played Cyberpunk Red. That was a good time. The only other real like RPG I'm currently like playing is Rangers of Shadow Deep. But I haven't touched that in 2 years, a year, something like that. Something wild. Because I mean, you can do it solo, but I was doing it co-op with a buddy of mine. But I'm probably just gonna continue on doing solo because I got all the expansions and whatnot. Or almost all of them. I think there's some new ones that came out. But yeah, which D&D models were you working on, or that you finished? Were they? Was I gonna paint? Oh yeah, right under here. Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, this is an Age of Sigmar model. Forgot to mention that. Age of Sigmar is. I haven't played Age of Sigmar in a long time. I haven't played Age of Sigmar in ages. When I did play it, it was a lot of fun. I kind of got sucked into playing 40K because it's more of the sci-fi realm that I'm more interested in. But if you're more of a fantasy fan, then yes, Age of Sigmar is definitely for you. It's a good game, and it's relatively similar rule set to 40K because they've streamlined everything to make it a bit easier for people to get into and start playing. I haven't played it in a while though, so I don't know what the current state of the game is, like if anything's broken or unbalanced, but knowing Warhammer, it's probably a little unbalanced here and there. But definitely if you like the models, and I would play a demo game. I would do that before you do anything. Play a demo game with somebody if you can, and see how the mechanics of the game work, and then make your decision on if you want to buy some, buy enough models to play a game. Finished a small red dragon, Baba Yaga's hut, and another larger commission. Nice, nice. My kids and I actually painted a zombie dragon. Actually, not my kids and I. Well, me, yes, I cleaned it up and painted the base. But yeah, my kids, I have 4.5-year-old twins, and they 4-year-old twins. And of course, my daughter used like purple, and my son used blue, and they just went to town and painted this whole zombie dragon. It actually came out looking pretty good, and I painted it standing on like some like rocky like rubble, so I just painted that gray where they overpainted. And I was actually pretty impressed with I'm like, wow, this looks pretty good. So I haven't done anything to it yet, or like any further paint to it. So it's just because I like the way it looks so much. Yeah, they really like painting too, like models, which is, or painting anything. But if I'm like, hey, do you guys want to help me paint some models? They go nuts. They're like, yes. So that's exciting. All right, I gotta get some green over on the front of his belly. Kind of blend it in with the tentacles. Yeah, how's that gradient's looking? It looks a little, doesn't look bad on my end. It's just a little bit more, not blotchy, but there's more purple in it than what you can kind of see. Not much. Actually pretty. It's actually pretty true to the color it is. See, I dropped my ISO setting down before I went on, so I didn't have to do it right while I was painting. and that definitely helped out. Oh, that is not paint. Shit. That's not anything. Grab that off. Just throw on a little paint right there. But yeah, this is I'm using Cuttlefish Colors paint, so this is my first time really going into multiple color blending. So if it looks like trash, please let me know. And otherwise, also please let me know. I think we're getting to the point where I need to leave the tentacles alone and just start focusing on some other stuff. And we'll revisit it in a little bit here. All right. So I'm going to let that dry. I'm going to start introducing some green into the skin tone around the belly. What's really nice, I was just looking at the vortex mixer, and when you plug it in, there is an LED on the back. Right. I'll do it under here. Right here, under the plug, that is red while it's charging, and then turns blue, so you know it's done charging. And this is what the front of it looks like. Ink Soul Vortexer Tattoo. It's technically for tattoo ink. And then it's got a bunch of suction cups on the bottom, so you can stick it anywhere. But what's really cool is when it's suction cup down, it still spins. You can still spin it around. So like I can stick it over here on my desk and spin it to get to the plug or see the LED without unplugging it or picking it back up and having to re-stick it. It spins around. Good purchase. Proud of it. Proud of it. I'm happy I did it. All right, so let's get some green going. I got this the goblin skin. We got that thin down. I think that'll work out well, and we can go back over it with some purple if we need to weird it up, Nurgle-fi it. And when I'm doing this, I'm just gonna avoid the real like big recesses just to get a little bit more variation going. Oh yeah, so you get some of this like yellowy skin tone, goblin skin over this purple, and it's looking a little like yellowy and gross. It's great. Nurgle-rific. Some more of that blue in the chest here. There's an awkward little like connection point that in hindsight I probably should have green stuffed, but or filled the gap a little bit, but I didn't, so I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Set some skin down here. But yeah, Nerd Holla, if you are you're interested in Age of Sigmar, you are gonna need a decent amount of models to play a full game. You could always just forego not playing a full like 2,000 point game, but I feel like unless things have drastically changed since I played a couple years ago, you really need 2,000 points um to be effective on the tabletop. And like everything being able to synergize off of each other, you need like key pieces. At least Nurgle does. I could be wrong about all the other factions, but when I played Nurgle, it seemed like 2,000 points was like the minimum to play at, to be able to like really kind of stand your ground on the battlefield. Because there were like other factions have more shooting than this faction does. So I would definitely get a demo game in and see if you can get a few demo games in with the different factions, because there are several and the play style is different for each one. So it's definitely a good idea to get some experience and some game time in before you really commit to buying a bunch of models, because that's the one thing that sucks is you buy a bunch of models because you think you're gonna like playing them, and then you just end up painting them, and that's all you like them for is the way they look and not the way they play during the game. And then you got to buy more models. So just do a little R&D on on the factions and what they have and how they operate. It's my advice. My 2 cents. Here I go back to the tentacle. As I see a little piece I want to blend back. Touch. So I'm getting a little bit more purple into the skin, so it looks, on the belly at least, so it looks a little bit more skin tonish, like the neck and the face do. With the weird dead air between these tracks. There we go. Original bottle of Esperanto Green finally died after many years. Oh no! Now you're into the Escorpena. Right? Isn't that what they renamed it? Escorpena Green. Escorpena Verde. I think Escorpena sounds cooler, to be honest with you. Escorpena. Did they? I mean, they didn't change the recipe at all, did they? They just changed the name, right? Right. At least for your sake, I hope, because I know that's your favorite green. Quite a bit too much purple up there. I'm gonna add a little bit more green in. Oh, okay, cool. Excellent. Go away a little bit here. Too much pulling up in the recesses. I wonder why they changed the name. They just thought Escopina sounded cooler. What does Esperante mean anyway? I'm not sure what that means. Or Esperanto, sorry. Oops. Whoa! Holy shit! 8-bit, dude. Dude, oh my god. Thank you so much. Holy shit. That is fucking amazing. Wow, yeah, blow it up. Shout out 8-bit for me, Zark. Holy shit, guys. Wow. Skelly B, Cyro Mishi, Beelzebub. Oh my gosh, guys. Everybody, thank you so much. Y'all are making my night. Making my night. Cheers to everybody. Happy Friday. Chibi Dumpster Fire. Ah, yeah, Mr. Apothic, Pathogen, everyone's falling. God, thank you guys so much. Nacrofaust. Oh, everybody showing love. Oh, I love it. Oh, this is so fantastic. My goodness, Captain Lady Gray. OG T-Rexus. My goodness, thank you all so much. Yeah, I'm still on, man, of course. Yeah, I'm just hanging out. Swear I'm not a simp. That's a great name. Oh my goodness. You've met my term. Uh-oh, Mr. Apothic's in the chat now. Oh yeah, GTA called you out already. Man, guys, thank you so much. Y'all are being so great. Captain Lady Gray, thank you so much. I love that emote. That's so cute. Pathogen. Oh, I called you. I said your name already. I'm faster than my alerts here. Tonight I am drinking some Loose Cannon IPA. It's a strong IPA. Just a little bit of beers. It's my second one. Probably gonna get a third here in a minute. Skelly B. Gosh, guys, I am blown away. Thank you so much for all the follows. Thank you so much for the raid. I think that's the biggest raid I've ever gotten, to be honest with you, man. Like you pop the raid balloon, the raid raid ceiling. Oh man, what were you working on tonight, 8-bit? Yes, thank you. All the love. Thank you so much. Hydrate. I do have water. I do. Right here. Thank you. Zero Mishi, thank you. Local Cannon, local brew, or Loose Cannon, local brew. Yes, indeed. Oh, Leonius Rex. Why do I feel like I know you? 8-bit's birthday stream. Let's go. Okay, nice. Happy birthday. Today's your birthday, 8-bit. Were you painting anything fun, or were you just shooting the shit? Was there painting? I don't know. Was there? What were you doing on stream there, 8-bit? I'm just working on this Gutrot Spume dude here. That's right, yeah. Leonis used to live near us, didn't you? And then you moved, right? Is that what's up? Or have you always been working on Death Guard fortification piece? Nice. I was kind of freaking out earlier before the stream started. I'm like, what am I gonna paint tonight? And then I noticed this guy just screaming at me, primed on my shelf, unpainted. So like, I'll just start painting this guy. Are you still close? Okay, nice. I am, yeah. This I've used nothing but cuttlefish tonight. So what I've used so far, I'll bring them over here because my palette's a little messy. Yeah, it's a really small one. You know, it's funny. This other guy, PSK Studio, we found out a couple of weeks ago that we live like 13 minutes away from each other. Excuse me. Playing AOS mostly and paying it. Oh, okay. Our viewer, what was your name? Something. Nerdhala, yeah, that's right. Like Valhalla. Nerdhala is interested in AOS if you want to give them a little rundown of what you like about it and what you dislike. But yeah, so the cuttlefish colors, the purples I've been using, I used Lily Dragon Purple as the darker one. I haven't used Princess Purple yet. I'll probably do that with a little bit of highlight. A little bit of Jaded as a little bit of green, and some goblin skin as the first green that went down, and then a touch of, which one's a darker? A touch of the bridge troll blue. That actually was more of like a glaze over everything because I transitioned into the lullaby and used this as a thin glaze to kind of bring it all together, as well as a couple little glazes of the purple, which actually a little spot right here I want to touch up. Kind of bring that in a little bit. Yeah, goblin skin. It's a good color, man. It's really nice. Really nice color. Oh, shit. Wait, do you get free summons now? I haven't. All right, so I haven't played in like 2 years, and when I did play, you used to have to. You have to pay for those summons. Cuttlefish colors, you like them quite a bit. So yes, I like them a lot. But they're situational. In the they're meant to be applied in very thin layers and gradually built up to the colors that you want. And I've been painting now for almost 3 hours, and this is where I've gotten. So not to say that they're hard to work with, but if you want good, like I doing it over a zenithal undercoating, building those colors up and getting that nice gradient, it just takes a couple layers to get there. It's not super opaque. It's pre-thinned and basically engineered to be put on in layers. But I do like it in that aspect. I think it works really well in that aspect. And I have other paint lines that I use. I use Vallejo, I use Pro Acryl, I use Scale 75, and it's a tool. It's another tool for your arsenal if you want to get. It's really easy to blend the colors because they dry really nicely and smoothly. But yeah, I just figured I'd give it a go with all these tonight since they're technically my sponsor. But yeah, I've been digging them so far. What about their terrain piece flesh eater? Just get to have my throne lets you cast. Oh, okay, nice. All right, nice. But yeah, Siramishi, what do you paint normally? Do you paint Warhammer stuff or like 28, 32 millimeter tabletop games? Captain Lady Gray. They are not. Yeah, the colors. They're it's funny. I was talking about it earlier. Some of the bottles I have, the plastic is a little frosted, so the colors. When I was first looking at it, I was like, that's a very desaturated color. And then I put it on the wet palette. Like, whoa, holy shit! Like that is very vibrant and a very nice color. Like I'll show you the palette so far. It's a little messy, but I mean this is what we've done so far. I haven't used that minty color down at the bottom yet, or that pink color. As you can see, I haven't touched those paint splotches. But I mean that's what comes out of the palette, and they're very bright and vibrant and beautiful, and they blend really well. But that's the thing. A lot of people, thank you. I feel like a lot of people are looking for these to be have really quick coverage, almost like a contrast paint, but they're not contrast paint. They're different. Generally Conquest. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I've got some Conquest models. I'm into the Spire faction. 38 millimeter. Used to play 40k kill team, but my area is full of power players, so I understand that. I like painting more than playing anything, but Conquest is a really fun game, and I hate to raid on the run. Oh, no problem, man, dude. I really appreciate the raid. Even if you got to dip out, dude, thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Like that honestly made my day today. Like I had a shit week, and that was the biggest raid I've ever gotten. And you got me a shitload of followers, so thank you very much, 8-Bit. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna make you a VIP here. But yeah, have a good night and have a great dinner. Love to the fam. Love to whoever you got over there, and we'll catch you around later, man. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. But yeah, the cuttlefish colors, I'm kind of just using them right now because I bought most of the line. I am technically sponsored by them, so I got a little bit of gift paint from them, from the company, but I'm slowly going through the colors and getting myself acquainted with each one. So I haven't gotten too far. I've opened 2 sets out of the ones that I've gotten, and really only got through like maybe a third of them. But this stuff, the Merlin's Magic Medium, if you don't have that and you have some cuttlefish paints, this stuff is really nice. It's a just perfect for thinning the paints down, because it's basically just the medium that is used in the paints, and it works quite well. That's where we're at right now. The skin is looking pretty. I might add a little bit more green up at the top, actually, to be honest with you, because that's got a little bit more purple in it than I want it to. Let's just get in here. Let me avoid that little boil there. Keep that kind of red and angry. But yeah, Zark, if you could throw up the link to the Discord, that would be great. I also have a Discord, everybody, if you guys want to join that channel, and you can throw your work in progress pics in there, your completed model pics, your pics of your setups, pics of your pets, whatever you want. Thank you, Zark. Appreciate that. And I'll usually do a little Discord review on stream if we've got a decent amount of new stuff on there that we haven't seen before. So just blow it up, man. Just load it up. And yeah, I'm also on Instagram. Zark, thank you very much. I'm also on Instagram. That's like my main platform, really. I'll post a lot of progress pics there and stream announcements there and whatnot. So by all means, it would be a lovely gift to me if you give me a little follow on Instagram and check me out there. And then I'm trying to stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays now. Thank you, appreciate it. Wednesdays and Fridays are definitely a lot easier. Mondays kind of hit and miss, but if I don't stream on a Monday, I'll usually make it up and stream on that next Sunday, just so I get at least 3 in the week. But yeah, Wednesdays and Fridays I'm definitely on at 9 p.m. Or maybe Wednesday I started at 9:30. I had some family stuff going on. All right, I tell you what, I'm gonna let him dry a bit, see where he's at with the skin tone. I'm gonna run downstairs, grab another beer, and I will be right back. Everybody that came into the raid, love y'all. Thank y'all so much. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I am back. There's that weird black rectangle again. It pops up from time to time. Alrighty, so we do a proper cheers to the raid tonight. Thank you all again so much. Happiest Friday indeed. So I didn't give this guy much time to dry. I just went downstairs and grabbed a beer and came back, but he's looking pretty good. I think I need to add a little bit of blue into the top of this, like his face and his neck, just a touch. Just a little bit. Let me get a little bit more medium going. Posted you my first pass on the knob. I'm painting them. Oh, okay, great. Awesome. I will jump into Discord in a couple minutes. Let me figure out what's going on with this skin tone. I would love to stay, but I need a well-deserved shower. Swear I'm not a simp. Thank you so much for dropping in and the follow. But by all means, have a good night and enjoy the shower. And yeah, we'll catch you around later, man. I appreciate it. Good night. This is good. This will add a little bit more of a color variation into the skin. That kind of brings it back down to a darker hue to match what I've got going on around like the waist. A bit more down there. Yeah, that's looking good. I like that. It's like a nasty-ish, bruisey, yellow, gross, nasty Nurgle boy. I dig it. But yeah, I figured I'd use cuttlefish colors for as much of this as I could, as I felt comfortable with, which is probably going to be everything but metallics. I'll probably use, I have a silver that I really like to use, and what else on him is metal? The axe. I mean, his armor is green. I don't know if I want to do green. Do I want to do green armor? I don't know. I'll probably do the like the loincloth with some ink, because I like doing that. I like doing cloth with ink. Yeah, we'll see what's going on around here. Make sure I didn't miss any skin. Actually, his hand, I could probably, yeah, let's paint his hand. Let's get a little bit of this green to start off with on the fingers. Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that, man. And I really do. Thank you so much for the kind words. I try very hard to make my Infinity models look as best as I can. I mean, they're so fucking small. It's a challenge to do it. So I try to meet it as well as I can. So any compliments I receive are very much appreciated. And as you can tell, I'm more of a fan of the weathered and used look than like a clean uh heavy metal kind of paint job. Yeah, yeah, they are. I think they are technically true 28 millimeter scale, because they are very anatomically correct, very true to scale with like weapon sizes and whatnot, and hand size, and like, just like everything I think is pretty well scaled. But I believe I've heard it referred to as true scale before. So I know it is kind of it's a cyberpunk fantasy, or cyberpunk anime manga kind of feel, but I believe it is true scale. Zark, correct me if I'm wrong. 'Cause it's definitely not heroic scale. Horrible joke. Agrex's Earth Trade is the horniest shade in the hobby line. Reason they're perfectly. That is true. They are good for horns. You've got a Pano. Oh, okay. Nice, nice. Yeah. Zark is a big Pano player. Although he's seeing the light and coming back to nomads like a sane person. But he still likes his Pano, I know. For life. Nomads for life. You know what pano models are good when they're in a mercenary company. Only came back to nomads because of a color scheme. You could have painted any models those colors. You love the fucking nomads. You shut up, Ryan. You shut up. You know what you know you love those fucking nomad models. They're so cool. They're so fucking cool. Like the way they look, god damn it, they're cool. Like Yu-Ching looks awesome. Hawk looks awesome. Nomads, fucking cool. I used to have Hawk but that was in N3, and I remember their rules super crunchy. I haven't played Hawk in N4. I have a bunch of them. I like rarely ever play them. I'm mostly now I've gotten back into playing Nomads because of their new releases, and I also play. I've been playing White Company, the mercenary company, for a while now, just because I really like the mix of units available. And Zark says, "Man, I'd rather have my Fusiliers and regulars and Shock Army Verna." Yeah, Shock Army was fun. When I first got into Infinity way back in like 2013 ish, like late 2013, 2014. I was like, "Ooh, Shock Army, yeah." I really like those models, but once I discovered Nomads and Yu-Ching, I kind of left Pano behind. Oh, nice. So they got it's what got me to start Pano because it's awesome. Yeah, I mean I love the way I like the Akalis troopers and those regulars from the starter box that look like the Lost characters. I love that. But so did they get a little bit they get some upgrades in N4 Zark? Not upgrades, but just, stat increases and better equipment and such. Blend in some of this blue before I add in the purple color. Oop, much there. Let me pick that out. Okay. Points decrease across the board. Smell from loud. It's more cinema. Okay, nice. There you go. That works. That's the one thing I really like about Infinity is that no one ever really gets nerfed. Like some units get a little bit better, some get a lot better. You know what I mean? I think Leonius and Zark probably understand that statement and more than anybody that doesn't play Yu-Ching. I need more water on my palette here. Might have to run back downstairs. But like with each upgrade, or not upgrade, each rule set that comes out where they change unit profiles, it's usually the profiles that have been performing the lowest that get the newer updates. So it's definitely a very balanced game. And I mean, it all depends on how you play it. Where it can get unbalanced. Like if I'm sure if I was playing Leonius Rex, he would fucking raffle stomp me up and down the table, just like if I play Zark, because they're very good at the game. They're very experienced. They know, a lot about what each model does. Whereas, I've been playing for a while, but I haven't played as much as they have. So I don't have as much experience as they have, and they know the game a lot better than I do. Mr. Apothic says, prototyping one of my orc colors is a good stopping point. I'll finish getting all the base colors on, then I'll get to do all my grimdark shading. Nice. What are you using? Using a little OG streaking grime? Or, excuse me. Okay, yeah, no problem. We've got a lurk command. You can lurk it up. Go for it. Thank you for popping in there. That is true, Leonis. I was talking about that earlier. That a couple guys from our local meta went super far in the world of Infinity tournaments. Yeah, prototyping colors can be yeah. So I have like 2 models that I specifically use for test painting. Use GW products at this time and some local Texas paints. Okay, all right, nice. Have you heard of Ammo by Mig Jimenez? It's enamel paint, but it works fantastic for, you know, griming up a model for the grimdark aesthetic. Well, yeah, wasn't what's was it Cobra Prime, or was it, who was it that was coming to the Third Eye tournaments and was like, should I not come to these anymore? Back when we could have tournaments at Third Eye. Was that, I know it was Rob, but is that who I'm thinking of? Cobra Prime? Yeah, Cobra. No. Okay. All right. Me? Are you talking to me, Beelzebub? Or Rob Wilson? Yes. Fuck yeah, this song. Yeah, I'm in Maryland. I'm a Mid-Atlantic. Thor. Yeah, you like those Toha models that Thor has? You know who painted those? This guy. As soon as I was finished painting, I was as I dropped off the remaining models to him that I had, because I did like the first like 45 as like quick, and then I gave him the other 30. He was like, I want you to paint my Drew's army," and I was like, "No!" I ran away. Anywho, yeah, it's a great scene, but I've had my fill of a competitive scene just wait for it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And like tournaments too, just get, you know, not grading, but just like it's an all-day thing, and it's like I would rather just hang out at someone's house and casually play. So I'm totally there with you, Ryan. We got them. Charity tournaments, that's cool. I've hooked this one guy, PSK Studio, who is my latest subscriber. I found out a couple weeks ago that we live like 13 minutes away from each other. He does tons of charity work, so he's actually got me looped in with his squad now, and we're doing a lot of charity streams and giveaways and raffles and all kinds of fun shit. So definitely look for that on Instagram, because I will definitely be posting all about that. My last post is we're getting some awesome busts from Blackboard Games, I think, which is this like crazy like T-Rex warrior. So we're going to be doing a co-stream where we paint that with some oil paints, and we'll raffle that off for charity. Like I'm gonna paint one, PSK is gonna paint one, and I think another guy is gonna paint one. What kind of charity tournaments? The last one I went to was Clash for a Cure. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Let me let that dry before I start adding in anything else. Just make sure it's copacetic with the rest of the skin. It's kind of like this sickly greenish skin. Looks like it's matching up okay. There's that lurk. Safe journeys, my friend. Liking it so far, gents. Maybe do the chainmail next. Actually, well, there's a little bit of skin back there I could probably get. About there on his thigh. Yeah. Why not? Why not? He's only got armor on his shins. He's just wearing shin guards and knee pads. That's it. He's got tentacles to cover up the rest. Basically it's a War Machine tournament, but when you donated toys, you got Dollar Mountain Clash books. And in the tournament, everyone got to bid on stuff like, oh, that's cool. That's nice. Our players from Dallas, team t-shirts, and stuff. Yeah. I mean, as long as it's all for a charity, then, you know, I wouldn't feel bad about getting stomped by a power player. At just like a normal tournament, it might get me a little salty, but I was never one of those like super sore loser guys unless something was like someone was like very clearly abusing the rules, which has happened a couple times. But you know, you live and you learn, and you learn not to associate with those people anymore. Oh, I didn't had a good time. Honestly, fun. Watch someone get. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's cool. I've definitely heard of Clash for the Cure, but I don't know if any of that has happened locally around here. No, gotta keep it down. Alright. One down in the six. What I need for the kiss. You say I probably send you some pics. And I'm not. Hell no. Been waiting too long. Hell no. I want that cruel love. Is that all the skinish skin we need? I really like this song. Can you tell? You know, 3 Infinity Charity tournaments, 1 in VA Beach for Thanksgiving, where your entry fee is $10. Canned goods, Dogfinity, and I think there's another one. Okay. Okay. That's cool, though. Yeah, I'd definitely do the one in Virginia Beach if it wasn't, You did that one, right, Ryan? Did you do that? Or was that a different tournament that was a good distance away? Hmm. Oh, okay, nice. Man, it's fucking hot up here. I thought my space heater was on for a second. Just the heat is pumping. You turn it down a little bit. Alpha sprout there. What time of the year is that? Is that Virginia Beach one typically? That was the brawl for me for a little bit, but that kind of got a little weird the last year that I went. So I didn't which was number 4 I think. Second or third week of November if I remember. Okay. Well, I guess that might be a flight up next year because I'll be living down south by that time. But I definitely like to do that. I'm gonna have to get someone to mail me loose cannons though after I move. That's probably the only food item. I guess you consider that food item that I'm gonna miss. You do that, then we can get a hotel room near the event. I don't have to make trip balls ass early in the morning. Hell yeah. And you can bring loose cannon with you. All right, my wet palette is drying up like crazy. If y'all want to give me 2 seconds to go fill this water up, I will be right back. I'm not even gonna bother putting a pause screen on. Y'all can just look at this model in my fun background. I'll be right back. I am back. Let's see. Have you been? Oh, thank you. Oh, Bitterbrush, you're here. Hey, buddy. Sorry, I left to go get some more water for my wet palette. What's up, bud? Let's see. I think there's a group getting started out at Westminster Mall. Sold my CA to the owner. The skin is looking gorgeous. Necrotic green, purple flavor. Thank you very much, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, so you can see a little bit more necrotic around the body and the hand and whatnot. I'm gonna add a little bit more purple to the hand, or actually, did I do that already? Oh, the legs. There's a little bit of skin on the legs that I need to add some blue and purple to. And then let's see what else we got. Have you been to anything there yet? I've seen posts when you go there for AOS most Saturdays lately because I'm one of the store. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. All right, let me get some more water in my palette real quick. But yeah, Bitter, were you working on anything cool tonight, or were you just watching people streaming? Casual viewer number 1, thank you for the follow. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of sus, but is it a comedic name? If you're real, please reveal yourself in chat. Cleaning the office and looking at gorgeous toys. Why so sus? It just kind of, it's like it's like too generic. Just a little sus, But now that you've chatted, we know you're real, so it's all good. It reminded me a little bit of the hotspot, a little bit, but no, please don't take offense. It's a humorous name, and just the fact that you proved your humanity in chat makes it even funnier of a name, because now I know that you did it out of comedic value. Building Zinch demons and painting a Death Guard commission. Nice. Oh, gee, nice. Yeah. So it was funny. I was talking to my moderator Zark before I started streaming. I was like, I don't know what I'm gonna paint. I have no idea what I don't think I want to work on my bust. I don't know what to do. And then I'm looking at my shelf back there behind me, like, Death Guard bust. Oh, this guy. He's just been sitting there primed for like 2 years without anybody touching him. So I figured I'd give him a little love. All right, so I need to get a little bit of purple down here on the leg skin to make all this flesh kind of matchy. I think I already got the blue down here. This should necroticize it up. But yeah, Casual Viewer 1, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And I hope you are enjoying the stream so far. Sorry if I offended you at all by saying your username was sus. It just... it's funny now that I think about it. Casual Viewer is like, fuck this guy, unfollow. Goodbye. Tell me I'm sus. I'll show you. I know, I'm just messing around. Oh, do you... Oh. I thought for a minute you actually knew this. Do you know Casual Viewer? Is that real? Am I too many sips deep for that one to... Kaz the Glorious Mary. Oh, he is. Okay. All right. Fantastic. Are you local, Kaz? Or is Zark just pulling a fast one on me here? You cheeky son of a bee. Casual, do you paint or game or anything like that? You a Warhammer guy? You Infinity guy? Kind of guy or person? Whatever, doesn't, you don't have to be guy. Just say that as a general blanket statement. Please don't take offense. But yeah, are you into the hobby at all, or are you just kind of observing what us silly people do with our spare time? Ooh, Blood Angels, very nice. So yeah, I for 40K I have Nurgle. Obviously, not this guy, but I guess I could proxy him as something if I needed to. But yeah, a lot of Death Guard. Then I've got a lot of AdMech and a lot of Nids. Big time on the Nids. I really love just the way they look. And apparently the codex that's coming out soon for them is going to be really nice. I've read a few things about some of the buffs they get for the, like the high fleet, non-high fleet list that you can make, like the Nidzilla list, and I'm very excited. But that also means I've got to paint up a bunch of tier Nids, which would make some good stream content, I think. All right, let's see how that could use. That might need a little bit green or blue. Does I need more green? Maybe a little touch more green on the top. Siramishi, have a good night. Thank you very much. My music. Oh, okay. I think that should even that out, make that look a little bit more consistent with the waist and the back and the neck and such. Just add a little bit more and down green. Goblin, what is that? Goblin skin. It's looking good. Skin is always the hardest part. Anything where you got to get blends in and make it look fun like this, it's always the toughest part. It's true. It's true. And yeah, I've been using nothing but cuttlefish colored paints so far. I'm probably going to switch it up in a minute here and use some metallics and whatnot, just because I haven't messed with the cuttlefish metallic set and I don't want to start now. I'm scared but excited to paint some giants. Ooh, yeah. I feel like those would be really fun to paint. I just don't play them, so I can't find justification in buying them. Other than like I just want to paint this, but I've got plenty of bigger models to paint before I get into that route. But those are really cool models. Don't be scared though. Just jump in. Just jump in. All right. Hopefully I don't have any more. Yeah, I mean I have a couple models. Like I have one Infinity model and one just like random like older plastic model that I use for testing. So I do have to I've only opened two of the sets of the cuttlefish colors because I got the fuller Monty. I got the full set. And then I was gifted some of the Merlin's Magic Medium, which is quite nice for thinning down any of the cuttlefish paints. And then the whole fluoro set I was actually gifted. And what's really cool is this color. This is like a fluoro purple. I am one of 4 people in the world right now in possession of this paint. So I need to do some testing out for cuttlefish and brainstorm up a good name for it, and hopefully it'll work out well. Let's see. You also just got some Pro Chrome medals, so you're in experimenting mood because you've been on that Citadel drip for too long. I'm glad you're finally breaking free of those chains, my friend. 7 bottles of the medium. You bought. Wait, which medium? What medium did you buy? 7 bottles of Pro Chrome medium? Does Pro Chrome make? Oh, Merlin's Magic. Okay, yeah. Well, good idea. It was funny because I got sent 2. And they're big too. They're much bigger than the actual paint pots, which is nice. You can see here's the side-by-side comparison. So the Merlin's Magic is let's say the milliliter amount on here. It doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. But anyway, this is like a normal paint pot, like a Vallejo paint pot, like a 17 milliliter. So this is probably 22, 25. Yeah, I mean, I've used it for at least 3 of the colors here that or almost all the colors here that I've been blending all these together with. You know what? This I feel like this needs a touch more purple. Where was that? Kind of right in here. Just a little. You've gone through 2 bottles already. Oh, you cheeky boy. You must love it. I mean, it works well. I'm not gonna lie. I've been really, really impressed with it tonight. Tonight's the first time I've used the medium, and I was hoping it wasn't just gonna be like a weird like glaze medium like Vallejo's glaze medium, but it actually is really successful at thinning the paint out and getting it to do what you want it to do. Blends metal cereal. I mean, it looks like milk, right? I might try that tomorrow morning. Mmm, delicious. Breakfast of champions. Start your day off with a bowl full of cuttlefishos. Do a little bit more green on the skin down here, just to brighten it up a touch. Still looks a little dull. It's my new jam right here. Really like this song. It's time. Green under your neck there. Blend that in a little bit more. All right, yeah, look at it. Looks like something all right. Wink, wink. Oh. You dirty boy. You dirty, dirty boy. I paint a lot of blue pano. I would almost always offer friends a sip of some Aunt Beru's blue milk. Gross. I've got some Uncle Vinny's isopropyl grog here. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Since we've got the skin covered and the tentacles pretty much done, how about I do a little Discord review? Because I know we've got some new stuff in there. So let me pop Discord open. It's gonna take a couple minutes because Discord and OPS don't like each other on my computer for some reason. Oh, of course it's opening on the screen that I've got Liquid Uncle Ben right here. Sorry, I've got Discord opening on the main screen that OBS is on, so I can't see anything for the moment while it's loading. And I feel like if I try to move it, it's gonna freeze. So I'm just flying blind here for a second. Yeah, start faster. Why is Discord such a jerk to me? I don't understand it. All right. You come over here. And my channel. Post your whip. Wait. Anybody post anything? Post your whip. Access. Oh, okay, yeah. Scroll up a little bit. All right, Discord review. Here we go. All right, so that was the Blue Wolf from the other week. Oh, we saw Aspire's, whatever those Yuching models are. Oh, Zark's, Anguacile, Aspire's. We saw that. Here we go. Oh, nice. Jomo. Jomo's Bizarre Adventure. He's the same name he is on Discord that he has Twitch. He does some really awesome painting. Or not Twitch, I'm sorry, Instagram. He doesn't stream, but he paints pretty prolifically and puts them, he'll post stuff on my Discord. He's really good. I guess he's got some orcs going on here. That's the last picture. There's the back. Skin tone's looking good. Skin tone's looking good on these guys. Oh, okay. He's really going deep on these dudes. Nice. And then, oh, okay, here's Mr. Apothic. This is your test scheme, correct? Is that what you were saying earlier? Oh wait, did Mr. Apothic go into lurk? I think he did. Am I wrong? Oh no, it was Siramishi. Mr. Apothic, if you're there, this is looking good. What did you say about this? Hang on a second, let me find what you said. Mr. Apothic, oh, you did go into lurk. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, so this is Mr. Apothic's. It's looking good. It's looking good. I'm gonna do the weapons up a little bit. And then you can do your null oil. Yeah, I like that. That's looking good. It's coming out well. Is that the last? Oh, got one more thing. Rexus. What did you say here? This is my first mini paint ever painted. Did this? We just tried to dry brush shield metal bits. Okay, it's pretty good for your first mini. I'm not gonna lie. Look, you got good texture on the base. You at least painted the base edge. I would paint that base edge in black. That's just me. But for your first mini ever, that's pretty good. It's pretty clean. I'm not gonna lie. Casual viewer. Oh, some blood angels. Very nice. Very nice. You're all about the sub assembly. I can't do that. That's not me. That's not my world. So like, that takes a lot of bravery, in my opinion. Like you've really got to know where you're gonna glue your pieces. You know what I mean? Because glue could easily mess up your paint job. And Zark, what do you got here? Oh, is that the Daktari? She's looking good. I like the hair too. The hair is in really nice contrast against the skin and the color scheme of the model. That's good, dude. You're doing a good job on that. Nice grim grip you got there, my friend. Nice. Do we have anything else? General chat. Who's talking to me in general chat? Anybody? Oh, Mr. Oh, you dropping memes. Nice. What is this? Paint me like one of your... Nice. Anybody? It's probably just PSK. Who's in promoting? Oh, Seth. Seth was painting yesterday. That's right. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, let me know if anybody drops anything else into Discord, and we may take a look in a little bit. I'm gonna quit that for now. Go back to the live scene. And yeah. Feel free to join the Discord. That link should be a perpetual, everlasting link that you can invite and join whoever. Oh, and we got a new follower, DocWeb420. Thank you for the follow. I'm sorry the alert didn't come up. The Discord view blocks that. But if you are in stream or in the chat, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And if you want to lurk, no problem. If you want to chat, let me know what's up. I'm just working on this Gutrot Spume tonight. I'm thinking I got all of the flesh kind of locked in. It's looking pretty good. So now I think I should just do some of the silver for the chainmail that he's got on him. Just get that out of the way. Oh, forgot. I got a vortex mixer right here. Makes the whole table shake. Oops. Come on now. It's not making the table shake as much if I brace it with my arm. There we go. Okay. Hopefully that's not waking anybody up downstairs. But if it is, they'll come up and tell me about it. So this is just Model Air Silver. This is the metallic that I swear by. Fantastic stuff. Coverage is amazing. It's meant to go through an airbrush. So it flows really nicely. And I typically don't put it on my wet palette, but I got a decent amount of chainmail to paint, so I just put it on there regardless, it's okay if it gets a little thin. But as you can see, it just glides right on. And it'll get down in the crevices, kind of not by itself, but with a little bit of guidance. It'll just seep down into those little chainmail crevices. Get some color in there, which will later cover up with a wash or an ink or something. And in these tight spaces here, like where there's chainmail in between the like loincloth type waistcloth thing that he's got going on, I don't really bother trying to get paint all into those recesses. Just on the raised bits, it's really all you need, because that's what you're gonna see when you're done painting is the raised portions of these chain links. And you know, most likely there'll be a shade put over top of these, which would cover up that silver paint under there anyway. There we go. A little bit of chainmail popping through the front. Be a little tricky. And in hard to reach places like this, I'd probably forego getting the silver paint everywhere as well, just as long as you're getting it on all of the raised portions of the chain link, then I think you're good. Not that much under there. Anywhere else? This hook action, I want to come back and do this later, but let me just touch it up later. But there's a little hook right here that's definitely metal. This should probably wait to do this till after I paint the cloak. Or not the cloak, I'm sorry, the loincloth. But whatever, I'm doing it anyway. Doing it anyway, guys. Alrighty. Alrighty. And so over there, I guess I can do the axe head. I guess I'll weather that up a lot, but a good metallic base won't hurt. Let's be real smooth with this. What's nice about this airbrush paint is it's kind of hard to mess up and make it clumpy and gross looking, because it's already so thin out of the bottle that it just goes on in such a smooth manner. It's really easy to work with. If you know, if you're not all about doing the non-metallic metal, which I feel like non-metallic metal is more like a skill flex that tends to, you know, not belong, but is more suited to painting on like busts and larger pieces more so than tabletop miniatures. But I mean, that's just me, because I feel like if you're painting Warhammer models, you're never looking at them up close really, unless you're submitting them for some sort of competition. If you're just playing them for tabletop means, there's really not much of a need to paint non-metallic metal, unless you're really into it and you're good at it and you really like it and that's what floats your boat. Then sure, go right ahead. OGT Rexus. This is called a Grim Grip, the original Grim Grip, and you can buy them through me if you want. If you do !Kofi, KOFI, that'll link you to my site. And hang on 1 second, let me show you what they look like right off the bat. So, This is a personal one. I've painted this one, and there is a little magnet underneath a piece of construction paper here that sticks to my desk. And there's a little concave magnet under here. Another magnet here. This is just a regular old ball bearing, stainless steel ball bearing, and that clicks into there. And then this part we call the hat. This has a concave magnet there on this side, and then another magnet, a big disc magnet on the top. But I've got this held on there with poster tape just because I don't have smaller magnets or enough of them to put under the base here. But that's basically what it's for. Is if you stick magnets under your base, you can just hot swap them off of this hat piece. But that sticks on very solid connection. And what's really nice is you can rotate it all around and get all those hard to reach areas. And then what I do is, you stick it to the magnet on your table, and it's very solid. It's not going anywhere. As long as you don't have a really heavy model, it's not gonna fall off. This is just a plastic model, so it's great. Works really well for streaming. What I have right now is they're bare wood. They're smoothed down or sanded down. They're very, this is an old hat, actually. Sorry, hang on one second. Here we go. Okay, so here's what, let me zoom out a little bit. So this is what they look like. I can paint it for you. There's some options on the site. I have a shitload of Turbodark paints. This is a Turbodark color here. This is called Super Massive. It's kind of like an orange and black. It's very subtle. You can see there. I've got another color like this is called Ice to Never, which is like a blue to purple. Pretty much all of the color shifts, or I can do stains, or you can just buy the plain one if you want. But you can see here the magnet plate on the top of this hat is much bigger. A little bit of adhesive or something on there from something. What that's about. It's all right, it came right off. But yeah, I can sell you one, absolutely. Ryan, can you throw up a link to the Ko-fi site? It's just !KOFI. But yeah, I can do stains, full paint jobs. I can just give you like a gloss coat. Did it not work? Didn't work. Thought I updated that, but hang on a second. Hang on one second. I'll pop the link in here. I might not have put that command in. That might be my fault. All right, there you go. So you can buy one right through my site. And where are you located, OG? Are you stateside? And then also in my Instagram, I have a link tree, which also has the link as well, if you can't get it off the chat there. But yeah, it's a really great handle. I'm glad you noticed it. You can use it by Iowa, perfect. Yeah, then I'll be able to ship it to you, no problem. You can hold it. What I like to do if I'm not using the desk magnet is I'll hold it like this and let the handle rest in the palm of my hand and just manipulate the ball. And that tends to give me all of the manipulation that I need. But what I've been a big fan of recently is using the desk magnet. And if you see when I crack the new one open, this little magnet comes off the bottom and it's got a adhesive backing to one side, so you can just stick it on your desk somewhere or a cutting mat, which I've done, and use it in the hands-free mode, it's really helpful. I really enjoy it. Let me tighten that up a little bit. What's going on here? Because before I was using like just a regular like pill bottle and you'd have to rotate your wrist all around. This this eliminates that altogether, because I can rotate this in whatever position I need it, and then I can brace my wrists with my other hand if I need. Or now lately what I've been doing is I have my forearms on the edge of my desk, and I'm just going in there kind of, you know, free balling. I'm not bracing my wrist anymore just because I know this model's not going anywhere. Now, that being said, if you use something that's pewter or heavy, it will pull this hat off. Like, I've had a stream before where I was painting a big infinity model, and if I let it drop, it would just it would pull the hat right off of the handle there. But anything plastic, anything plastic, you'll be fine. Resin too, like I have this one resin bust that I've been painting, and this is pretty lightweight. So you know, I've got this, it's stuck in a cork here because this is the little bar that I'm gonna put into the plinth once I finish painting it. But you know, as you can see, it holds it pretty well, just completely 90 degrees. Spins around a little bit, but that's just because it's a little bit bigger of a model. But it's a very, very versatile handle, and I definitely recommend it. I'm a bit of an ambassador for the company there. As you can see, there's the little logo there. Sponsored. Okay, I'm just holding with my, oh dude, yes, please do yourself a favor and get this handle. Because what I do is, since I'm not using magnets, I just have this 3M poster tape, or is it 3M or Scotch? It's Scotch, yeah. It can hold up to 15 pounds. It's meant for putting like poster or picture frames on the wall. But I'll just cut a little strip and put it on the hat, and then stick it to the underside of the base, and you can kind of see it. You can kind of see that little layer there. It's just a square of it. Just stick it there, and it'll hold anything. Like that's what I've got the bust held on with. You can see it there under the cork, and then also like this model here, little 3D print, you can kind of see it. The bottom of the base of this one is a little bit more concave, so it's tucked up in there a little bit. But I mean, I'd use magnets if I had them, but I don't, so it's not a big deal to me. It still works just the same. I think it's just, if you only have the one and you have the one hat, it's much easier if you have magnets to hot swap them between the handle. But definitely going to be way easier than just holding with your hand, because I mean, you know, especially if you're just holding the base, you really got to like hold on tight and like, you know, T-Rex yourself around. This is going to eliminate a lot of those issues that you have with holding the model and getting like accurate painting. It's really been a game changer for me. I was lucky enough to get kind of brought into the fold early on when the Kickstarter was still in full swing, before the creator went full retail. But there's a whole squad of people that have the handle. I still have a few left, so I'm more than happy to custom paint one for you and sell it to you. If you don't see a color on the Ko-fi or coffee, I always say Ko-fi. If you don't see a color on the Ko-fi site, I don't have them all listed that you want. Just let me know. Like, I can run through the Turbo Dark colors that I have right now, that are color shift. I do also have some of the new metallics from Turbo Dork. I've got like an unofficial sponsorship from Turbo Dork. Basically all of the new metallics I have, and then I have a few of the color shifts. So if you just, I tell you what, if you just hit me up on Instagram, I think I put the link up already, right? Yeah. If you just hit me up on Instagram with what color choice you want, and then maybe like send me a message in coffee or whatever, we'll be good to go. But yeah, let's get, what should I do next? Maybe thinking maybe the boots, but I don't know if I want to do those in green. I kind of want those to be like a rusty color, so I'm going to use an ink, I think. Where's my one ink? Not that one. Pardon my reach here. Here we go. But yeah, painting handle. I'm still shaking the paints like a noob. Got a new vortex mixer here. Oh, okay. Well, and if you don't have an Instagram, then you can send me messages on the Ko-fi on the coffee site. If you don't see a color option listed that you like, feel free to just shoot me a message on there and we'll talk about it. Get a little bit of this Merlin's magic going on. So I'm gonna go for a really like crusty old armor, brownish and rusty. Just to kind of contrast off of the green nature of the skin. But I'm using a very thin down ink so I still capture the zenithal undercoat. But OG, there are more add-ons for this handle in development currently. I'm not quite at liberty to say what they are, but they're going to be awesome. So if you get a Grim Grip, just be aware that there are upgrades and add-on packs coming in the future. The one thing I can tell you about is that there's a new hat that's going to come out that can hold 6 miniatures at once instead of just this piece that holds one. It's going to be a larger disc that has 6 magnets on it. So that'll be cool. That'll be good for batch painting, speed painting, all that good stuff. Units. Leonius, there you go. Just check out that coffee site. I've got several. I've got several more that I can sell. I've probably got like, I think I have like 8 to 10 more in stock, and then it's been a great addition. Oh, thank you, Zark. Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. It's not my invention. I'm just part of just a little brand ambassador, a little sponsorship there. But yeah, it's a big help. It really is. And yeah, if you guys order today or tomorrow, I'll be able to get those. Depending on the paint that you want, I'll be able to get them shipped out really early next week. Just some of the, like, if you want the color shift, that tends to take a couple days, just because I like to let the layers dry in between, and several layers is better with the Turbo Dark. Stains and stuff or just like a 2-color gradient, they don't take as long to dry, so those can be done a lot faster. I'm now just going to have to wait till I get back from vacation next week. No problem. Yeah, awesome. No worries. I can send it. I've got several, and they're not going anywhere. Not many people know that I have them still. I feel like a lot of people just assume that I've sold out or something, because they went I did sell several pretty quick, but I've got a good amount, so no worries there. And if for whatever reason they start selling like hotcakes, I'll keep a couple aside for you and OG. That's yeah, for easy disguise. Yeah. Did you guys see that? This is they come in these big ass inconspicuous pill bottles. All right, so I think I'm gonna put this same ink up here on the blade. Let's get that looking real crusty and old and gross. Vandus Stormhammer, thank you for the follow. It's not a suppository, right? Sorry. Man, what a name. Vandus Stormhammer. Thank you very much for the follow. And if you wish to lurk, that is welcome by all means. If you wish to chat, that is also welcome. But anyways, thank you for your interest in the channel. Much appreciated. I'm working on a Gutrot Spume here for Age of Sigmar, Nurgle faction. Using mostly cuttlefish colors. Right now I'm using a little bit of ink from Vallejo to paint in the metals. Oh, nice. Excellent to have another one of Grandfather's Blessed in my presence. Just to be a little messy, I'm gonna dry brush this with some Rise of Rust and all that fun shit. Or not Rise of Rust, what's the other, that like orange color I have that's kind of like Rise of Rust. It's okay if it's a little blotchy, just want to fill that in a bit. Just want to make it look rusty and gross. He got weapon when fighting, but had a trade-off with his fleet ability, which got improved. He seems okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, I haven't played Sigmar in a long time. So I'm not up to speed on all of the Maggotkin updates. Oh, he got nerfed. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's all right, because I was wondering earlier. I was talking to my moderator, like, what am I gonna paint tonight? And then I found this guy just kind of yelling at me on my shelf, so decided to pick him up. But it's all good. I'll get back into Maggotkin and Nurgle and AOS at some point. I just figured give him a little attention, right? Oh yeah, this has definitely been a really enjoyable painting experience. It's like I started with the tentacles, and I've been going through everything else. Then I went to the skin. Now I'm doing a little bit of the metal, like the armor and the on the legs and the axe blade. Voxel, how you doing? Oh, I've already painted a King of Ruin. Do you want to see it? The like the Great Unclean one from Creature Caster. Tentacles and maggots scaled 10 times bigger. Oh yeah. Here, let me grab my King of Ruin. Hang on a second. He's oddly stuck in that fake plant I have back there. I'm gonna have to zoom out for him. So yeah, he's a touch bigger. He's a touch bigger than this boy. But yeah, here we go. I've got him surrounded by little Nurglings. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, he came out super good. I like him a lot better than the newer Great Unclean ones. Yeah, I love this print. And it was such a blast to paint. Such a blast. And then of course I gave him the bigger base so I can use him as a Great Unclean one. But I'm really, really happy with his eyes. If I can get a good focus there on his face. Yeah. But yeah, he came out really well. I'm really happy with this guy. Rust and everything, really good. Only good unclean one, it's that one in the Forge World. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, I saw the new ones come out and I was just like, no, I don't think that's nice. I don't like the way that looks. All right, I'm gonna put him back because I'm afraid I'm gonna knock him over. And also, speaking of, oh, you got the new one, but since I use him as Rodigus, it's okay. Oh, okay, yeah. Speaking of Nurgle, this is a little Kit Bash Demon Prince that I made. Made out of like a Venom Crawler and some Putrid Blight Kings. Let me zoom out a little bit more. Kind of smelly face with hood, fat no jaw, maggot smelling. Yeah. So I know the base is a little bit too big for Demon Prince, but I just went all out on the kit bashing. Thank you very much. We got a little pool of toxic goo underneath that this dude is melting into, and just a Nurgle-fied Venom Crawler all around with this guy pointing at you. Yeah, I like this. Got a little bit of a tree growing out of him. Right? Yeah, you could. There's so much like, and it's all of. I really like the aspect of like regrowth after like the regrowth that happens with decay. So I actually use part of like the Sylvaneth Wildwood right here to put on his little carapace. But yeah, I love Nurgle. Nurgle's great. I've never zoomed out this far. You can see the whole desk. You see my little elbow pad here that I rest on. So when I paint just like this. And here's my cleaning thing, and here's my wet palette over here to the side. You can't really see it, but there it is. And the paints and my cutting board. And yeah, that's Sig's desk right there. But usually we're right up in there so we can see what's going on. All right, so that ink's drying up. Holy shit, it's 1 in the morning. Oh my goodness. All right, I think we should raid somebody because it's a little late here. And I do have some stuff to do tomorrow. So let's see who we got online right now. Everybody that is a new follower, thank you so much, and everyone that came in with the raid, also with 8-bit, thank you. Also, double thank you from that. I really appreciate it. Of course, let me turn the music off. Twitch, come on, Twitch, come on, Twitch. I don't know why, but my internet just hates it when I've got oh, PSK's on. Yeah, let's go check. Oh wait, is he on? Hang on. Are you on PSK? Crike. Yeah, let's raid PSK. This will be good. Yeah, thank you for popping in. I really appreciate it. PSK is one of my buddies. He lives really close. And he does some awesome stuff. We're going to be doing some co-streams in the near future. And let me just make sure I spell his name right. PSK Studio. Okay. Yeah, he paints a lot of stuff and a lot of cool stuff. He uses a lot of oils too, and he's probably doing a charity stream right now. So let me wait until I'm actually in his stream before I hit the raid button. Just want to make sure I'm in there and I'm not stuck behind the ad wall. But yeah, thank you again so much for everyone coming in and hanging out and enjoying the stream. I appreciate it. So we're gonna raid this guy. Just blow him up in chat, and we'll go from there. All right. Thanks everybody. Appreciate it.